Alrighty, hello everybody. Happy Thursday. Hope you all are doing well. Kind of an abrupt intro today. We're just already in the game. I did not get a chance to do any like farming off stream for our consumables only run that we might finish today. I'm not 100% sure. We only have like a handful of bosses left. That's really all there is left to do, but that's all the DLC endgame stuff, so obviously it's going to be more difficult fights. But yeah, I did a little bit of farming right before stream, but that's really all I had the time for, so I'm just like quickly gathering a little bit of volcanic stone before we go. I was gonna get the save editor set up too. I might have to do that, like, depending on where we get today, I might have to figure that out mid-stream. It should... Okay. No, since I've been hit by that. It should just kind of work. But I might need to mess with it a little bit. And that's mainly just in case I feel like we need it for the final fights or whatever. If we end up dying just like tons and tons of times, like I don't want to have to go farm in the middle of all that when we could just like reload a save. But we'll see. Depends on what I end up like actually wanting to use. It might not really be an issue. Also, hey Azaria, how's it going? How are you today? Anyways, we won't need to do this for super long. Thankfully, this particular volcanic stone run, if you do the whole thing like a few times, you just get pretty much all the stone that you need for quite a while. I do wish you could buy it just so that this wasn't necessary, but so that's like 40,000 runes in a dungeon because I ever thought of jumping puzzle. That'll happen. But yeah, I know that feeling well. Let's see here. Let's get ourselves to the end of this trip and see how many we have, because it might more or less be enough already for us to just kind of get going with it. Especially if we do end up using save states at all, but we'll see. It's not like we specifically need to rush or anything like that anyways, just because, again, most of what's left is just boss fights. There's not really a lot of like regular enemies we gotta kill, with the exception of inside a Nearlim, so that's pretty much it. Grab these guys, and these. Go annoy those enemies. For some reason it didn't give me both of those, or maybe it did and it just didn't really make like a noise. Whatever, we'll just get out of there. Alright, let's see. We have 728. Could probably be a little bit better. Okay, let's just do one more run really quick, and then that should be definitely good enough. And happier news, my brother made it to Malekith in his very first Elden Ring run. Pretty proud of him. Hey, nice. Yeah, that's something. Okay, how am I still having a mouse glitch here? There we go. Honestly, for Mesmer, we're not going to want to use volcano pots. don't know that we'll use them against... If we'll even have much of a chance to use them against Radon. They're not super slow, so they should be, like, usable if I just kind of wait for the right moment to throw them. And, you know, despite the fact that he's extremely aggressive, he doesn't actually tend to, like, move away from the spot that he's attacking you from, like, super frequently. Like, he does move around the arena quite a bit, but when he's, like, just kind of up close to you comboing, like, it's typical for him to kind of mostly be in one general region. So in that kind of regard, we might be able to utilize Volcano Pots a bit, but I don't know. Either way, he's not particularly weak to any real damage types. But I don't think he's strong against fire, at least. Like, Holy works the best on him in Phase 1, but then in Phase 2, it's kind of not good. There's no reason for us to be, like, throwing on, like, Holy Pots or something like that. We're gonna have to do our best to try to get, like, Rot Pots and stuff to work on him, just to help with the damage output overall. And then probably focus on just using knives and just the occasional pot where we can, but I don't know, it's going to be a weird one. I wish you could use, like, warming stones more effectively in combat. Like, if they only ever healed you and your allies, they would probably be a little bit more worthwhile for this sort of run. The problem is they heal anything in its vicinity, including the shit that you're fighting, so that makes it kind of annoying. Hey, Sass, how's it going? How are you today? It's good to see you. Let's see, other than those two, we have Romina after Mesmer, or we'll do her after Mesmer, I think, and then the Loyalists fight, which will be annoying because it's NPCs, but we've done our preliminary work to make it so that it's only going to be the mandatory two, Dane and Leda, so we should be able to do that okay. The problem is we can't really rot them. Horn Scent might actually be... No, I'm pretty sure they're both immune. I was going to say Horn Scent might be susceptible to rot, but I feel like he's one of the ones that's immune. Most of them are, but like one or two of them, like Dane, I think specifically, is susceptible to Scarlet Rot for some reason. Valletta is not. Moore is not. Pretty sure Horn Scent is not. Freya is the only other one I'm kind of unsure of, but I think she might not be either. Alright. Really just like the current heat? Yeah, I bet. It's not terrible here at the moment, but it's not great either. Let's get ourselves above 900 really quick, and I think that'll be good enough for today. I don't even know if we'll really finish it today. I would like to finish it before I leave for my trip, just because we're so close to the end. But if we don't, it's not the end of the world. 903. That's probably good enough. It's not maxed out or anything, but not sure why I put these on. I don't think those actually do anything. All right. So yeah, I think any farming, I mean, like, I could get more red, like red Fulgur Bloom or something if I really want to make more red lightning pots, but I don't think they're going to be necessary. It's mostly going to come down to hefty rot. Maybe some frost pots. Just regular freezing pots will probably be fine in that regard. Volcano where we can use them, which will probably be mostly against the Loyalists and maybe Romina if we can make it work. possibly Radon. I don't know for sure if we're going to be able to really make them work against him, but honestly, not really much in the way of any other pots are going to be great against him anyway, so we may have to just kind of use them where we can. It's going to be kind of a millennia situation where we just have to kind of use everything that we have. Which I'm not overly looking forward to, because millennia was by far the worst thing in the base game consumables only stuff, or rather I should say the hardest thing. Like, there were other fights that were difficult for sure, but she was definitely the hardest. It took me quite a while to get her down. It's many attempts. And a lot of the reason for that is just because the damage output was like super low in terms of what we had. Because she's basically resistant to everything, and I think we're going to run into the exact same thing with Radon. Although maybe the advantage there is that I'm not sure Radon actually has as much HP. Oddly enough, he might have. He doesn't have like a small amount of HP, that's for sure. But Millennia has like a lot between her two phases. Plus, she can heal, and on top of that, Millennia is not rottable, whereas Radon is. So there's at least that potential benefit. So I think we maybe have a slight leg up in that regard, but anyway, let's head back to the DLC. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that I need to buy or anything that before we get started. I feel okay with the amount of round rocks we have, because we're probably not going to use them like crazy anyway. I could always buy more mushrooms or whatever, but same deal. Don't overly care. Fly mold we might end up having to buy more of later, but it's fine. I don't really intend to buy to make more Dragon Communion harpoons, as much as it would be nice if you could just buy the stuff for these. Not only are the crafting materials just hard to come by and or otherwise expensive for the string and bones you can buy, but or at least the string. The bones aren't that expensive, but these just are kind of a big old. A lot of the new consumables are just such a big fumble on FromSoft's part in terms of how useful they actually are for even in a run like this, because it's not even just the consumables necessary to craft them, it's the limitation on how many you can even hold that makes them bad. That plus stuff like Call of Tibia just being trash to begin with. Surging Frenzied Flame, pretty bad. A lot of these are just not good in terms of their actual usefulness. Sprite Stones can be decently damaging, you know, if you're like scaled for them stat-wise, which I'm not. But even if you are, like, using them is difficult, and again, you can't carry more than 10, so unless you do like the trick where you're trying to like drop some stuff on the ground near the fog gate and then go loot it before you do the, you know, or like loot it throughout the fight or something. But especially the case in something like Radon, that just seems like extremely difficult to do. Because how often are you really going to get to run around that arena without him just completely fucking demolishing you? You pretty much have to stay on top of exactly what he's doing and just use what you've got. So yeah, I know that, you know, people have done consumables only, or at least like round rocks only against Radon. So obviously, with whatever we can bring in, it's definitely possible. I just hope that we don't, you know, run into like only using round rocks in the long run or something, just because that's like all we really have to rely on or something. Okay. It shouldn't be, but it just depends on how much damage we can do with everything else and how long it takes us to get anywhere in the fight, and whether or not we need to use save files to not have to farm if we die a lot, which we probably will. So, if we jump back into it, I'm just double checking one last quick time to make sure that there's no bosses I have not killed that I'm just forgetting about. There's still the furnace golems, and again, we could kill them, but there's not much of a point in doing it. It would just sort of be a waste of resources, because the shit that they drop isn't useful to me in the slightest. Because the oil-soaked tier just isn't very good, despite it being like one of the potentially synergistic things. The blood-sucking crack tier is good for damage, but it puts us in an even more vulnerable position to use And the other tiers are either useless for this run or just not really specifically the flavor of stuff we're going for. Like the Viridian hidden tier would be cool, but it's not really in any way like the better thing to use. So maybe what we do is just if I feel like it afterwards, I might kill the furnace golems, but I'm just not going to make them like a priority. The only thing they're really useful for at this point is runes, which since I have to spend materials killing them in the first place, like it's not really that great. Especially since if we absolutely need to, we can farm runes from literally keeping one of the furnace golems alive. So there's always that. Yeah, I don't think there's any field bosses or anything other than, you know, if you want to count the furnace golems, even though they're not technically bosses. I don't think there's anything that we have left alive at this point. So I think at this point we can pretty much just move on to Mesmer and give him a try. If we get stuck on him for a while, we could like pivot and go do Romina instead. But I think we'll just give Mesmer a try first. Is the So it's apparently raining pretty heavily here now. Not that you guys will be able to hear it, but alright, sorry, let me check something real fast. Good there. Alright. So yeah, what the hell are we even going to use against Mesmer? Because probably not volcano pots. We should be able to rot him, I believe. If we can manage to hit him, okay. Excuse me. Which is definitely going to be the tough part. I'm like feeling extra sleepy today. I feel like I've gotten plenty of sleep, surprisingly, but well, I shouldn't say surprisingly. I just mean as per how things have been in recent times, like I now have time to actually get sleep, so that's something. So we could use freezing pots. I'm pretty sure he's vulnerable, if not straight up weak, to frostbite. So between that and rot, maybe we'll be okay, but I'm gonna have to dodge a lot in this fight for sure. So maybe we don't focus on using other pots so much as we just use those to get some status out there. Maybe I should get some more rhymed crystal, but I don't know that I really want to use hefty freezing pots. They'll certainly be better, but imagine, like, as far as, like, when I can actually use them, that's a whole different story. Especially when I need to use rot already. Okay. Maybe I should just go ahead and sort out this save file stuff now, if I can. Just to see if I can at least get it working, because I haven't used it in a while. I don't know if we'll really need it, but save organizer. I guess it's not that, because that doesn't have Elden Ring on it. Ah, this one. Okay. I have found it. Profile HD. Hopefully that works. I don't know. Let me just try. Hold up one second. Sorry. This is all very technical shit. I don't even know if it's going to work because I haven't messed with it at all. Just gonna quit for safety, and I'm just gonna import to my save state. Import successful. Okay. So in theory, that should work, although I do need to go offline just to be careful about that. What's the system shit? Play offline. Just gonna click continue and then quit out again so it hopefully disconnects. I'm gonna resave it just so it doesn't, like, in theory, save with me being online. I don't know that it'll even do that, but okay, there we go. Import save state. All right, well, we'll find out if we need to use that. If it works, hopefully it doesn't break anything. I should probably back up my stuff before I do. Just remind me to do that. For now, we don't necessarily need to use it. All right. So, I think we're set up as much as we're going to be. I need to switch this around, though. We should probably just have defense, frankly. Fire defense, really. Maybe even regular defense would be good here, too. I don't know if we're going to want some other means of damage. I keep wondering if it would be better for us to potentially use, like, a sword insignia, but I can't remember if I tested this before and if it doesn't really work with throwing weapons. It may have to be, like, weapon attack specifically. There's a very loud jet going overhead, so I might mute here in a second. Sorry, there's just these jets make it sound like there's a fucking tornado outside. They're genuinely that loud. I really hope they don't just start fucking doing this shit like crazy again, because we did have like a reprieve of just no military jet activity for like a few months there while I was still working on the guides. So it'd be nice to not have them happen like every other day, like several times a day again. I think in wintertime they don't really do very much, so once it starts to get cool again, they should probably slow down, hopefully. Alright, yeah, so, I guess we'll try without armor for now, even though extra protection wouldn't hurt. I mean, we'd still be in light load, and we're not using the Dancer's Charm, so I don't know if there's any real downside to using something like the Preceptor's Gown. The question is, do I want to use that or like a mix of something lighter, since any gloves with this will put me in medium. So that's 13.3 versus 11.9. It's slightly more if I do assuming that I can do the combination of these. Yeah, I can. So we can kind of represent Hornsent a little bit here with his raggedy ass robes, his braided shit. If we walk in with this, so yeah, why not? We'll give it a shot. Also, I think I see my physic tier again. Yeah, we have strength and opaline in. I guess that's fine. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's do it. I guess. Try to anyway. Love those raggedy ass robes and use them quite a bit recently. Yeah, they're pretty nice. Not so much a fan of the loincloth, but the robes and the gloves are nice. The helm's a little weird because it's one of those ones that just kind of makes your head a weird shape, which I don't usually get as into those, even though the design of it is kind of neat. But I like the robes and the braided wrap bracer thingies. Let's see what else
Mongrel
this.
intruder. That tarnished, it seemeth. Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light? Yet, my purpose standeth unchanged. Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death. In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
Alright, Mesmer, let's do this shit. Oh, I rolled that a little too early. I need to turn my headphones down. It's a little... shit's a little loud at the moment. Just trying to get my bearings here, buddy. Sometimes his movement gets really hard to read. Gone for 3 there. Okay. Range on that one attack's a little bit fucking dumb, frankly. Okay. Rolled the wrong way. Happened to my roll there. That should have been a roll. Okay. Just fucking it up now. Okay. Well, I was kind of dead anyway, but I kind of got screwed on that one. His collision box pushed me back into his hitbox for the grab. I definitely successfully dodged it, but it kind of pushed me back into the hitbox, unfortunately. Mind you, if I had dodged a little bit later, it definitely would have been a better dodge. Maybe Ritual Sword Talis is not going to do us much favors here, because we're probably not going to be at full HP very often. I just don't know what I can possibly use that would be good in its place. We could try a Rotten Winged Sword or something just to see if it does anything, but even there, he attacks too frequently that I just don't think I'll get much opportunity to actually hit him. Alright, let me just test this. I'm gonna quit out. I'm going to quickly back up my saves just so I don't accidentally fuck something up. Where is my... 1 second. App data. Roaming. Elden Ring. Shit, I always forget that you gotta look up, like, your actual Steam account number. Hold on. Is... Okay. Got it. Tis that one. So I will just back up this whole folder, or rather copy everything in it and put it somewhere. Hey Anna, how's it going? There we go. So now my save file should, or save data should be backed up, which apparently right now includes the save that I just created as well. So that's a little bit something. All right, let's try this. Load save state. Load successful. All right. Press continue and see if it crashes or gives me a problem or anything. I seem to be in the spot where I was and everything's there. Okay, cool. The only problem is I need to adjust my trinkets because I did that after. Like an idiot. But to be fair, I wasn't sure if this thing was going to break something anyway, so... we don't really need to be using the save states right now necessarily. Like, I'm happy to just kind of use stuff as it is, potentially. Could even just go for extra survivability, or actually the stamina might be better in this fight, just because I'm having to dodge so much. I hate going more defensive, but... kind of need the help, I think. Alright, let's give it a shot. I forgot to put on clothes. It's going alright. I'm tired after yesterday. My mouth is really dry for some reason, but otherwise it's alright. Have to peel potatoes. Yeah, probably just make sure that you drink plenty of water, you know? See, there's another fucking loud ass jet going overhead. Shit pisses me off, man. I need to mute. Okay, sorry. I had to, like, stay muted there just because the fucking jets are crazy today. Apparently we're back to fucking Jet City with this shit. A little too early. I think Mesmer is... Oh, for fuck's sake, it did it again.
So stripped of the grace of
that crap is so loud, too.
Death. in the
Mesmer is
embrace
probably the
of
boss I have the least well, Mesmer and Romina are potentially going to be troublesome for me today just because I have like zero practice with either of them. I'm not going to use the save state or anything. We'll just continue as is here. Did I? Yes, okay. I forgot to use my flask too. Would have helped. I forgot that he readjusts more after the first time. Let's see. Had a roll just not come out there. Rolled too early. That a little easier. What? I rolled. Got robbed again. I don't know how likely it is for us to get a bleed here. Well, it definitely doesn't gonna matter now. Okay, somehow still alive. Never mind. Okay, nope, still alive, kinda. I rolled that. Come on, game. That attack is so difficult to read as to like when you're actually supposed to fucking dodge it. Maybe I should just not use Kukri at all. Like, I'm trying to get a bleed, but it's just not really working out. Distance on that attack. It looks like you're safe when you're not. Every time. Oh, finally. Alright, tired after yesterday. My mouth is... Oh, wait, I already read that. Sorry. Alright, we'll watch the cutscene once, but after that...
Not suffer. Our Lord, devoid of light.
The problem with a lot of these bosses of the late game, I don't think Romina will be as bad, but we just don't have great damage against, like, any of them.
No, mother.
And they move around so goddamn much that it's going to be an issue for, especially Mesmer. Radahn, I think, will in some ways be better for hitting, especially because it's a bigger target, but obviously he's hyper aggressive. Not that Mesmer isn't, but at least with Mesmer you kind of get moments. I think Mesmer's biggest problem is just that his combos are fucking, like, eternal. He gives you moments in between them, but, like, he just fucking swings and swings and swings and swings, you know? And a lot of his shit's really hard to read, too. Like, that one, like, combo that I keep getting hit by, like, the big horizontal spin that he does, like, I just keep getting hit by the end of it, so I just need to dodge later, but I just don't remember if, like, the earlier parts of it can also hit you or not, because if they can, then I'm successfully dodging that, but then not the follow-up part of it. But maybe I just need to dodge later.
Tarnished.
Gonna want to try to rot him again if I can.
Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light?
I had a buffered attack there. Okay, I didn't realize that was the one he was doing, and I couldn't dodge for some reason, like I was just mega staggered. Come on, man. Give me like a chance to do something. Fuck you. Everything is just so stupidly delayed on this boss.
O lightless creature, embrace.
There's just no
thy
getting away from
oblivion,
any of it.
as shall I.
Alright. Honestly, I really like Mesmer's design, but he's probably one of my least favorite bosses. I've never genuinely, specifically felt like learning the fight particularly well because, like, he's just such a spammy little bitch the whole time. Like, he's definitely a fight you can get good at, and you can definitely do it hitless and everything, but, like, he's just so fucking annoying. I don't really need to be using these save states necessarily, but I might as well just kind of preserve some of the shit that we've farmed just so we don't have to go at something with like a later. I forgot to use my flask again because I'm stupid. Shit. Huh? Okay. You know what? I kind of just want to restart that one. That was dumb. I'm going to make a new save just so I don't have to redo all this shit every time. Because it's the reason I'm forgetting to use my flask, because I'm thinking too much about all this other shit I gotta set up. And this is, by the way, like, the thing that, like, this especially highlights is just how, like, overtuned some of this shit can feel. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, I'm in light load, I don't have great fire protection, so there's that, but even with this talisman and this talisman, the jar actually has some decent armor to it. We have almost 50 vigor, etc., and 18 shadow tree fragments. This guy still does, like, you know, a third to a half of my health in one hit, despite the fact that we are not in any way, like, under-leveled or underpowered at all. It's still kind of fucking absurd at times. Okay. So that should have imported the save state. I just like how they do a lot of very delayed attacks nowadays. I get when it's needed because Souls veterans would probably stomp everything if it was just following the intuitive timing, but I don't know, maybe that would just be better than making the fight unintuitive on purpose. I think that as much as I don't dislike Elden Ring as much as some people do, people definitely have a point when they start talking about, like, so I'll use this, I guess. So one of these, if we're just going to use save states, which feels a little bit cheaty, but honestly, I don't really care at this point. Oops, I used the flask already. But yeah, it's just sort of a weird thing because I think, like, if you take Marcus's opinions on it, like, Marcus really isn't the big fan of Elden Ring outside of maybe, you know, co-op specific stuff. that's still hidden there? Okay, well, I'm gonna die because of stupid shit. Okay, maybe not. But yeah, I do dislike the design philosophy of everything just being like, we need to make this super punishing now, or it's not going to be like challenging to veteran players. It's just like, okay, it's still going to be challenging if you just come up with smart designs, you know, that don't specifically have to oh, he is poison. Okay, sick. Just spamming dodge for no reason. Okay, re-rolled that accidentally. I couldn't fucking see what was happening. Anyway, yeah, I definitely dislike how delayed a lot of the shit is for what feels like no reason. Everything just is designed to be like a big roll catch all the time. Couldn't really do much about that. I'm out. What? Okay, I rolled that. Just no roll. Okay, I love missing daggers point blank. It's my favorite fucking thing. I don't know where that attack went. There we go.
Mother. Narca. A curse upon thee.
Think we're gonna be fast enough there. Maybe we were, maybe we weren't. It's a little slow. At least we got the horn tender off, but okay. So that one's done. I don't know if we'll need to go quite as crazy on defenses and stuff for Romina. Let's just make some adjustments here. Let's put that on there, and then this was actually here. Let's do it this way. I think we can maybe keep the Fire Scorpion charm for her, and then we will throw on the regular Great Shield, but then go back to Ritual Sword. Okay, these actually have decent immunity, or no, these are actually terrible immunity. We would need something better if we want good immunity versus her. I don't know if we care that much, but Scarlet Rot build up passively could still be an issue for us, just because there's so much shit that hits the overall arena with Scarlet Rot. So maybe just some. Just throw that on, I guess. Be good. Oh, I I have the, I forgot I have the Rune Arc activated, so I was wondering like why I seem to be able to carry more at the moment. Maybe just like, I don't know. Those look kind of weird, but sure, whatever. I don't want to carry anything particularly big. And thanks for the GGs. Anyway, yeah, to finish what I was saying, just because it was kind of hard to focus on it while I was in the middle of the fight. People definitely have a point when they bring up like how unfair a lot of the design feels with Elden Ring, and that it's not even that it's like strictly unfair that you can't beat it or anything, but just like that so much of it is designed just to trip up like veteran players or otherwise, and it doesn't make the game super approachable in general, but beyond that, it also just kind of makes it feel sort of, I don't know, a little cheap at times when the only reason you're getting hit by bosses is because you can't intuitively dodge things. It just makes it feel like you're not really able to kind of lend your natural skill to a lot of fights anymore. You have to specifically spend the time paying the let me learn the fight tax, you know. Because that's the thing, is like there's nothing wrong with going into a game and one trying a boss um with just natural skills. Now, granted, if you Elden Ring still has like the caveat of like you can build up to be hyper defensive and still potentially first try a lot of bosses if you're just not focused on dodging at all and you're just going to block and tank everything and just, you know, smash it with like some big, you know, hammer or something. Usually that'll still work a lot of the time, or give you enough of a defensive and, you know, balanced offense um that you can kind of get through a fight after just like a few tries or whatever, if not on your first attempt. But the thing is, that's just not the way that everybody wants to play, of course. And some people, like, dodging obviously takes skill if you want to do it, like, especially if you're trying to do it flawlessly, but even if you're just trying to survive, especially with like a lower amount of armor and vigor. Um, and if you're trying to do things like parrying or just like, you know, finding the right time to use certain skills and spells and stuff, it all requires a certain amount of expertise that you just don't generally have off the bat. And it's fine to want to design something for players to kind of have to learn a little bit as you do it, and that's why like you shouldn't necessarily take defeat personally. You know, it's hard for me not to get tilted sometimes because I feel like I'm playing well, but like the thing that gets me tilted the most of the time is like how much this game fucking drops my inputs. You know, and maybe I try to input things too quickly and that's the issue, I don't know, but the thing is, like, I know my reaction time is fine, and I will straight up say like, oh, I fucked that up, or I mistimed that, or I whatever. Like, you can hear me saying it as I'm playing because I'm usually just doing that as like my own little mental checklist whenever I'm doing these fights. I'll be like, I mistimed that, or, I'm fucking this up, I need to learn that, you know. But then there's times when I can just tell my roll got eaten or whatever, and there's occasions where I'm not sure. I'm just like, maybe I mistimed that, but I feel like I timed it right, you know, but I'll just say that. But the problem is just like having like those issues with a game like Elden Ring where the design is so meticulously overtuned with some of these fights where you have to have like insane expertise to be able to dodge things, like not just Mesmer but fucking Radahn. If you do things even slightly imperfectly, you're getting hit, you know, and that could mean fucking death for you if you're playing like a lighter build, um and not just trying to like be super tanky with a shield. And even if you are being super tanky with a shield, the fight's still not easy. But it's, you know, it's either you're playing that way and really putting all your eggs into the defense basket, or you're trying to play with like any other fucking build in the game and it demands like a higher level of skill input, um because you can't really rely on being able to take hits, because even at high vigor and high Shadow Tree blessings, that motherfucker does so much damage that it just doesn't fucking matter. Like, I was watching Sammy play it after we raided her the other day. She made it to Radahn, and even for her, like, she was struggling a little bit. Hang on one second. Sorry about that. My roommate just got back, and I was gonna just mute to let the dog, you know, run over, but he was actually like out cold, like next to me on his little bed, just sleeping. So he didn't even hear her open the door or anything. He was just fucking. I was like patting the bed next to him. I was like, "Wake up, buddy! You're supposed to go say hi." Anyway, I think when I get back from my vacation, I'm gonna try to, just as a little side tangent, I'm gonna try to get the puppy camera set up, so y'all remind me that that's kind of on the agenda. It's not like I don't have other things to figure out too, but that's something I've been meaning to get done. Just haven't really had the time for it, but hopefully I'll have quite a bit more like free schedule when I get back. I have a lot of plans when I get back, especially with like co-op-y things, but overall the plan is to do some stuff. So okay, let me teleport. I guess we'll just walk in with the souls we have. I'm thinking about maybe leveling first, although if we just make a save state over here, we don't really need to worry about losing runes anyway. Okay, let me catch up on what y'all were saying. Sewer Moog and Putress and I have been the worst for me so far when it comes to delaying their attacks, just enough that I have a hard time intuitively dodging them. I think Mesmer is a lot worse for me than either of the two of them, but both of them, like, I know exactly what you're saying. Like, Putrescent Knight especially, I think, has some really annoying things, but even Moog also has his stupid shit with his spear where he, like, swings, but, like, as his arm comes forward on, like, 2 or 3 or 4 of his attacks, the spear is trailing behind it, so you're tracking his actual swing, but then the weapon comes trailing behind it, like, you know, a half a second, like, later. So you get kind of screwed in terms of like dodging intuitively a lot of his attacks because the actual hitbox is coming after the what appears the attack is. Can we get puppy pants as a channel point reward? Probably. It'll obviously require him to be here next to me, but remind me when I get all that stuff set up and we can do all that. I probably won't put puppy cam as a redemption just because I'll just turn that on when he's here and if I feel like having it on, and otherwise I'll turn it off if he's not here because there's no point in just having a camera on an empty little puppy dog bed. But yeah, I can do little puppy pads. At least when he's in his bed, because he does like to roam sometimes when he's up here with me, especially if he's up here for a while during the stream. He'll sometimes want to wander and go lay on the couch behind me, or one of the 2 couches behind me, or just kind of roam around the upstairs apartment. Anyway, I guess I'll leave my armor on. It's fine. We aren't going to rot her. We should switch these because I think frostbite should still be fine, but we need to not do rot, and we'll go back to using volcano pots for this particular fight. I didn't actually need to stash these now that I think about it. I did because I was expecting to put something else in there, but other ones are ritual pots, so that was unnecessary. All right, and then I think now would also potentially be a good time if we can use these to switch back our flask to fire. We'll give it a try anyway. With the added jump and the way to dodge with that, they could have added a lot of difficulty by adding more jump dodges instead of just roll catching everything, or like Stellar Blade. Those are different ways to defend against different attacks. That's the thing, right? Is like, if you compare games like Sekiro and Stellar Blade, it's not that there aren't any delayed attacks in those games, but they're nowhere near on the level of Elden Ring's, like, just constant delayed bullshit of like, I'm charging, I'm winding, I'm gonna swing. Nah, just kidding now. Okay. Like, you get too much of that fucking bullshit in Elden Ring, whereas in not only Stellar Blade, but one of FromSoft's own games, Sekiro, they do way less of that fucking shit, and stuff's a lot more intuitive. Now, sure, again, that does not mean that there are no delayed attacks in those games, because there are, but everything feels a lot more smooth. It's a lot more, like, tightly designed, and, you know, there's still plenty of difficulty in both of those games. Stellar Blade especially, like, once you get to the final few boss fights, especially the penultimate boss fight, like, shit ramps up in difficulty quite a lot. in terms of like how much you really need to be able to parry things effectively and stuff like that if you want to survive. So I feel like Elden Ring really kind of just, it's going in the wrong direction when it comes to like just making attacks more and more roll catchy and delayed timings and multi hitboxing and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, just to kind of trip up veteran players. Now, if it's the game that Miyazaki wants to make, then by all means make it. But I'm just saying, like, Marcus and a whole bunch of other people are not going to be in the minority after a while if they keep making games exactly like this and keep going in that direction, because eventually people are going to get real fucking tired of it and just say like, can we be done with the stupid fucking attack delays and variable timings and weird wonky hitboxes and, you know, just all the fucking dumb shit that you have to do in order to play these games well if you don't want to just be like mega tank or super OP spellcaster or, you know, whatever, because it just limits your variety if you want to actually just like walk into a fight and have like a slightly easier time. It's not, again, it's not even an easy time to be like just a full tank in Elden Ring. It's just that it's easier than having to rely on dodging everything as flawlessly as possible, because there's just less actions that you need to make. There's less timing. The only thing you got to really manage at that point is that, like, especially if you're using a big shield, is just making sure that you're not blocking all the time so you're regenerating stamina, which still means that you have to pay attention to some timings, but mostly you can kind of just let your shield down in brief moments, typically just when you go to attack, but also then for little bits around that as well, so that you can still regen a little bit. I feel like I had a lot more missed inputs when I was playing on Windows. On Linux, I rarely had that problem, but on Windows, it wasn't Elden Ring exclusive. It was just anytime I use a controller with Bluetooth instead of over a cable. So I am using a cable, although I am on Windows, of course. And I'm not saying that those aren't issues, although I will say that I wouldn't say I never have dropped inputs on any other games, because it does happen, but it happens way more frequently on FromSoft games than anything else. And I'm sure some of that, like I said, is just because of the speed that I'm inputting things versus the way that the FromSoft games do their action queuing. But sometimes, like, it just feels like it's aggravatingly uh, frequent, like how often it just occurs. Because there's times when you feel like you're not doing anything but rolling and a roll just doesn't come out. And you're like, well, what happened there? Like, how did that in any way have a possibility of being an eaten input when I wasn't like trying to block, dodge, attack, or anything? At the same time, I was just trying to dodge whilst maybe walking backwards or something. Like, in moments like that, that's when it's like truly puzzling, because you're just like, how the fuck did an eaten input happen there, unless it was just down to lag or something. But then oftentimes it's not even so much like an eaten input, but it becomes like a weird laggy input, and that becomes like buffered as a result or something. But usually, again, that happens when you're trying to do too many things at the same time. But sometimes, like I said, for me, I'll just be walking backwards and I go to roll and it just doesn't happen. And then after I get hit, the roll just comes out, you know? And I don't mean like, ooh, I was just slightly late on my roll. I mean, like, I rolled well within the timing and just nothing happened. Like, you can definitely tell the difference. Not so much when you're watching maybe, but when you're playing, you know that you press the button within, you know, more than enough timing to get the dodge out there safely, and then it just didn't happen. And then it's like the fucking system lagged and eventually caught up. And again, that could be, you know, a PlayStation controller issue, an Elden Ring specific issue, a Windows issue. It could be any of those things, or a combination of all of them, you know, that make it especially bad when you're playing Elden Ring on PC or something. Although, I think, Anna, you played on PlayStation. You said you still have input issues there too, so I don't know. The thing is, I've had input issues in every single Souls game, especially on PC. I feel like I notice it more on PC, but even all the way back to my first Dark Souls playthrough of Dark Souls 1, like on Xbox 360 or whatever, I had input issues back then. It just, you know, I chalked it up to the game being kind of clunky. It's just, to me, it's weird that it's something we still deal with at this point in time, you know? If that makes sense. Just importing a new save state just for the heck of it, just because I don't really feel like doing any more farming. Honestly, mostly like ER for the exploration and the world design and lore. From a gameplay perspective, I like Neo 2 way more, but the game lacks in all the things I like about Elden Ring. Yeah, Neo's kind of a weird one, right? Because I think Neo does combat overall like in a sort of more interesting way, but it isn't without its jankiness. And there's plenty of things like the learning curve in Neo is really high, at least off the bat, because especially you go into like Neo 2 and they've introduced a lot of new yokai and whatnot, and some of them will just absolutely fucking steamroll you until you start to get used to the game, and then when you finally do, you're just kind of like, oh well, these guys aren't so bad. But some of them you're just like, these guys just feel like a mini boss every time you run up against them, even if they're not designed to be a mini boss. At least that's how I felt Neo 1. I've not played Neo 2. I've watched Marcus play it a fair bit, and I do plan to play it eventually, but I just have never really gotten around to it. Maybe that's something we should do soon, honestly, because I think that I would like it. But overall, I still enjoy Souls games more than I enjoy Neo, or that I enjoyed the first Neo anyway. That isn't to say that I didn't like a lot of things in Neo, because I definitely did, but I think a lot of the big takeaways from ER is that the combat is good, but I don't usually go for the crazy high skill level combat when it comes to Neo. I prefer for it to be a little bit more chill than that. You know, like I don't want to necessarily always be messing with different stances. I want to choose a weapon where I can kind of lock into like one or two stance options and switch between them, and not feel like I need to like cycle between all kinds of different shit constantly. On top of that, however, you know, the thing that I probably dislike the most is the loot festiness shit of it, like the Diablo loot system that it's got, where you're just kind of like upgrading new shit to like new tiers of stuff like every 5 seconds. Every time you complete a level, you're looking at your equipment. Thankfully, they give you like the transmogrification type thing where you can make your outfits and stuff look like the ones you want it to look like, which is nice for cosmetics. But you know, there's both give and take there, because like I like fashion in Souls more than I prefer mechanics, and I just kind of like take it on the chin if it means that my armor is going to be weaker just to make it look good. So it's a benefit where you can have good armor and make it look good in something like Neo at the cost of just like smithing stuff or whatever. But it's also a system that I'm not overly fond of, uh when you're just kind of like doing that kind of shit. It, you know, things like that are something that I'm kind of more used to in a game like Dragon's Crown, or some sort of like semi RPG beat 'em up sort of style game like that. Um, but even in those kind of situations, it's you're not really doing a lot with those items. It's more just like you're kind of slowly upgrading your character with the things that you find and bring back from level to level. Uh, and the same thing is true of Neo, except that it gets like so much more granular because you have all these like stupid sub stat systems that are like nonsensical. Like they do something, but they don't explain what they do very well. Like, you know, this one has a stat on it that makes it so that you regen stamina faster, specifically when guarding, but only against certain types of attacks. And it's just like, come on, man, that's too much. Like, just give me a passive stat that says my stamina regen goes up by like 0.5 per second or something, right? Like, I don't need all this extra bullshit of like conditional, situational fucking stat modifiers just to make every single fucking piece of gear look, you know, sort of interesting and deep by having it, by giving it like fucking 10 different stats on it or whatever. Like, just give me simplified stats. It's way better. Anyway, I definitely want to play it. But I think like overall, I definitely like Souls and Elden Ring and stuff like that more as an overall package compared to Neo and stuff. But at least the first game, like I said, the second game I think a lot of people like more than Neo 1, so I might change my estimation when I finally get around to playing it. But having watched Marcus play it a little bit, I feel like my opinions are still going to be somewhat the same, in that I think that I will enjoy the combat a lot, but the setting and a lot of the loot systems and things like that will probably be things that I still don't care for that much. I mean, I don't dislike the setting or anything. I've played so many games with the whole like feudal Japan setting that I'm a little over it. And that isn't to say that I'm not also over like the fucking feudal Europe shit as well, but maybe it's just I have like a certain passive fondness for that, just being someone who grew up playing D&D a lot and stuff like that. But also with Elden Ring and even all the Souls games, like they're at least trying to be like a fictional land, as well as just kind of like being sort of a fantasy medieval, pseudo medieval setting. Like it's not specifically always like, hey guys, we're in feudal Japan again. Oh, guess what? It's fucking Oda Nobunaga again. You know, the same fucking dude that you see in every goddamn game that happens to take place in this or around one of these particular eras in this time period. Like, again, I think it's a fascinating era for a setting, and it makes for good settings, and there's plenty of games that I love in that setting. Onimusha is like a favorite series, you know, even though there's lots of like highs and lows in the Onimusha series, but like there's, you know, Neo I think was great for that setting, but yeah, he's in Neo too as well, I know, but that's what I mean is like it's that shit where it just kind of feels like, can we talk about like a different part of time maybe, or and can we get a different setting? Also, when we say like, you know, the medieval slash feudal Europe type stuff, that doesn't have to be specifically kind of more Englishy, right? And even games like Elden Ring, it's not trying to be specifically England slash, I think the things that tend to get used mostly are like England slash, you know, more Germanic stuff slash maybe some French influence. But with Elden Ring, I feel like you get like a lot of, there's definitely some Irish stuff in there. There's some Welsh stuff. There's a handful, there's a big mixed bag of different things. But I would like to see more different settings in different games, whether they're using a fantasy historical setting or not. It's just, it would be nice to see something a little different. You can even use the same types of stuff in a slightly different setting, if you're going like pure fantasy with it, and have it like still be like pretty like enjoyable and like aesthetically pleasing. But for me, it's not that it has to be new or different. I just like that it's not the same thing over and over and over again. That's kind of the main thing for me, is just that like I like samurai stuff as much as the next guy, but I don't want to play like 10 samurai games in a row, you know? I need a little bit of a mix. Anyways, the regular playthrough, I ignored all the substats, stuff like that. I only looked at the level of the item mostly, and some general stuff like what elemental damage does. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did, in at least in Neo 1 anyway. Yeah, ignoring the intricacy stuff. Yeah. Alright, I think, yeah, we might use Frostbite too, but let's just get on into this here. We could start just to see where kind of effectiveness Frostbite has on her, if anything. Oh, that triggered instantly, I think. Kind of couldn't see super well there. Right? I thought she was doing the other, like, big rolling attack. It's been a little bit since I fought her, so I kind of don't remember what everything looks like here. That's a grab, okay. Alright, I'm gonna reset this. I want to see... I need to get used to like a couple of these moves, but also I want to equip some boluses or something, because we're probably going to get Scarlet Rotted at one point or another here. Not that we need to always worry about it, but I do need to like try to get a little bit used to fighting her. Should I maybe put it on like the bar or something? Maybe just for the heck of it. Well, look. I don't know. I'll just put it over here for now. Once we get to the final fight, I'll probably take Torrent out of there and put something else in that slot, maybe, but... Alright. Throw this back out here. Need to wash my potato-smelling hands. Yeah, probably a good idea. I really like what Morrowind did with a completely different setting for their fantasy RPG, and I'm curious about the next one. As I think it plays in the desert, but sadly I don't trust Bethesda to make anything great anymore. When you say Morrowind, do you just mean specifically Morrowind as one of their games recently that had a more standout setting, whereas like Oblivion and Skyrim were more samey. Like I've not played Elder Scrolls Online because obviously like it includes a lot of that stuff, but I've not played it. But I have played Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. Even played a little tiny bit of Daggerfall back in the day, but not anywhere enough to remember because it was I mostly just watched my mom play it. But I've never played the original Elder Scrolls, the Arena, I believe it was called. We're fine with all this. She is like weak to fire, so. But now that we know that we only need to like frostbite her once at the start, that's something. Okay, that has like a double hitbox we need to figure out. Let's see, the roll attack is something I knew was coming at one point, but okay, I rolled, but I think I might have been out of stamina though. Sometimes okay. I'd like to get her on camera, please. She kind of also doesn't really stay still enough, I think, for volcano pods to be especially great. Kind of trying to throw them near myself so that, you know, she's a little bit more likely to get hit by them when she's just getting close to me, but yeah, should have known. I rolled that. Okay, just true combo me, I guess. Can't do anything there. I kind of fucking hate that I rolled to safety and it still hit me there. This is what happens when you, Okay, come on, game. Come on, man. These rolls are coming out super late for some reason. Okay, come on. I'm just getting, like, completely fucking timinged on everything here. She's just fucking punishing every single heal that I do. Okay. Keep early dodging that like an idiot. Oh shit, I kind of went the wrong way with that. I get hit because I keep doing shit at the wrong time. Okay, this one's gonna be a loss, like for sure. Kind of lucky here. So I'm almost out of volcano pots too. Not that we shouldn't be using knives and shit, but I'm also almost out of heals, so. Okay, I kind of feel like I shouldn't have gotten hit on that one. That was kind of bullshit. I don't like that you got stuck on the stuff there. Okay, I got stuck on the wall. Honestly, I needed to be using that more. Keep dodging the wrong way to get away from that. Okay, I don't know why. I really don't like that that's a fucking true combo now. You just, like, can't dodge that shit. Fucking hitbox. Okay. Well, that's about how I expected that to go. We fought okay, but I just kept getting fucking hit by everything. Because I am just not used to this fight at all. It's like exactly what I said, you know, it's just that when you go through this game, working on the guide or not, and you don't get any fucking time to practice boss fights, you know, you're not going to be good at them just because you fucking worked on the guide. But secondly, the last time I played this, I fucking like one-shot her with the lightning build that I had because it was just that OP, so there was just nothing to learn. She died like instantly, which I would love to do again, but I don't have to wait. Alright, we probably don't really need to make more of these. I didn't really get rotted until like super late into it, so I don't know if this is really worth using, but I'll do it anyway. Okay, we need to fucking dodge better now. Fucking game. Okay, just mega bot spam apparently. Okay, not sure how I got hit there, but should probably pay attention to the screen. She's not giving me a chance to get away to do anything here. I'm trying to fucking... I can't fucking get anything. Yeah, okay. Thanks, game. I got distracted, but then also she was giving me terrible RNG. Like, she was just not letting up, and I couldn't get away to heal at all. She just did like an endless fucking combo of shit. Just the save, I guess. Not that we really need to, but... The original Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind with the island of mushroom housings and weird stuff, not medieval Europe. Yeah, I get you. I do think that, yeah, like Morrowind, all the like Dark Elf stuff was pretty neat. Morrowind was like kind of a weird one. I never really played Daggerfall long enough to run into the issue there as well, but but one thing about like Morrowind that always used to kind of get me a little bit is that like it's kind of a weird one to start, because the game doesn't really kind of do a great job of telling you what you're supposed to do. Okay, great hitbox. I fucking hate that attack so much. I keep fucking getting baited into it. Can you sit still for 2 seconds? Like, just let the fire burn you a little bit. I rolled. What the hell, game? Yep, nothing I can do because she just fucking input read. Okay. Nothing I can do if you're just not gonna give me a chance to fucking do anything. Oh my god. I'm trying, man. What is going on with this boss? Like, I can't get a good attempt now suddenly because she's just being a complete fucking piece of shit when it comes to the RNG. Like, she's giving me no windows at all. So like that about Morrowind, there's a main quest, and you kind of get to go to this dude in the city if you like, but you can just go and do other shit and become a mage at the guild or just go exploring the wild. I mean, yes, I do prefer when games don't like specifically give you like just a big set of instructions constantly. What I'm kind of getting at though is not specifically that that they're giving you just sort of a wide open range of stuff that you can do. It's more that like when I first played it, I did like a whole bunch of shit in the beginning, and then I got kind of like stuck as to where to go because like I couldn't, oh fuck's sake, I couldn't figure out what the fuck I was supposed to do. Mind you, you know, this was like the very first time I played it at all. I didn't really know anything about the game. Fuck you, man. Like, this fight is like exceptionally difficult for consumables only because I don't want to not lock on, but at the same time I almost have to if I want to hit her with anything. I don't understand why I'm still getting hit by that. Like I completely fucked up the timing on it now. Like the moment I try to do anything, I just get punished. See, like, the fucking hitbox is bad, dude. She's not sitting still long enough for me to hit her with anything. See, like, you successfully dodge one attack, but then get hit by the follow-up because this Elden Ring loves fucking doing double hits now. Just as another fucking thing on top of the already bad design of some other shit. Fuck's sake, game. Like, what is the timing you want on that fucking attack? Because I swear to God, I'm pressing the button. Can't fucking see anything. Why that went there. What? Excuse you, game? Okay. That is bullshit. I got hit in the middle of a dodge. Like, the game, it like lagged out on me too because like you could see when I got hit, like I like lost like 2 frames. I don't know what the hell happened. Oh, don't return to desktop. The problem is with that attack is it fucking, with my armor, it true combos me. And it completely fucked everything up because we were fine, and then it just suddenly hit me despite the fact that I should have had iframes. due to some sort of weird lag or something. I don't know what the fuck happened, but then I got staggered and forced to get hit by the second thing, and then, you know, I could have potentially avoided the follow-up, but you know, the camera moves too goddamn slow for me to relock on, so I had to guess the timing. It's fucking great design from Soft. I was not expecting Romina to be any sort of a challenge, to be honest. I figured she'd be annoying, but, like, not, you know, have many attempts annoying. But we are just struggling to get any sort of, like, a good, fair shake at this fucking fight because she just keeps doing such stupid fucking horrendous shit the whole time. I rolled that, and I literally just get true comboed because the game just won't fucking cooperate. Fucking atrocious, man. You get one little bit of bad RNG with light armor in this fight, and you're just fucking dead, apparently. Like, the thing that's like the shit that fucking baffles me too is that we're just not even getting like good attempts. I just keep dying to like the stupidest fucking shit that happens, you know. Like, she's hitting me with something, I'm unable to dodge the moment I get hit, and I just get hit by this stupid fucking string of shit that just doesn't let me dodge out of any of it, and then I just die. And it's the issue is it's this challenge, you know. It's not specifically because of the armor or anything like that, but because if I want to hit her, I basically have to not lock onto her because she moves too fucking much for me to actually hit her with anything. Oh my god, come on, game. It would also help if your hitboxes weren't complete fucking trash. I rolled. Great job, game. Really love just this constant fucking bullshit. This combo fucking pisses me off because even when it seems like I'm dodging it properly, it's just I'm getting hit by one part of it anyway. What? Come on. Dude, the fucking grab, fucking magnet hands bullshit. Like, I was clearly out of that. It pulled me back into the fucking hitbox. Come on. I still got hit? How? Okay, just don't roll, I guess. Would love a chance to heal, game. Too early because I thought she was doing something else, and we just can't fucking stop with the true combos either. God damn it. She is being just utterly fucking obnoxious, man. Like, I don't get it. I've never fucking had this much of a struggle on this fight before. I can't. It's a true combo every time. She's also just input reading me like crazy. Dude, what is with the bots today? It's not one thing, it's a million other things. Okay, come on, fucking camera, just at least you could help me out here. See, like I dodged that, clearly. Plain as fucking day, but it still hit me anyway. Like, what is the hitbox on some of this shit? I rolled, man. Like, could I at least get an honored roll input for once? I don't know if I'm, like, lagging out or what the fuck is going on in this fight, man, but I am just getting terrible fucking results. I don't understand that attack. Like, I dodged the initial hit, but still get hit by it anyway. Okay, just true combo me, I guess. Because even though I fucking dodged it, it didn't count as a dodge. So much for that. Man, I'm literally dodging that attack and it's still hitting me. I don't understand. Do you, like, is your only choice to dodge into it? Like, am I just fucking that part up? Because I'm still getting hit by it, like, it's seemingly every direction I go. And I don't understand, because I'm literally dodging the initial hit, but it's like I'm getting hit on the back end of it by the secondary hitbox. Like, there's a clear difference, because if I just get hit by it normally, I get fucking staggered and knocked down. But when I get hit by the back end or the secondary hitbox, I just take damage, but don't less, but I still take a bunch of damage. And just don't get knocked down. So, like, I'm dodging it, but it's not fucking working properly for some reason. Just feels super inconsistent. What? Will that not hit you? Okay, game. I had about enough of the bullshit. Sure, that still reached me there, a million miles away, but I don't understand why sometimes this shit's just so fucking inconsistent to dodge. Like, it's like the game is just chugging and slowing down sometimes, and shit just doesn't work properly. And there's like certain effects in play or something. wasn't an input read, it was just terrible fucking timing for anything. Man, could you just be a little more consistent with that shit? What? Okay. Sure, that somehow hit me at that distance. And everything is too slow, man. And I'm grabbed again. Nothing I could do. God, it's just so much fun. I was really not expecting this to be like the worst boss for this challenge. She's fucking terrible to fight. With consumables only. Like, the problem is lock-on is terrible because she has a tiny fucking hitbox on her body. She has terrible moves for using items because she input reads half the shit you do. She has horrible hitboxes. And so I have to like juggle between locking off and locking on to be able to have any sort of efficacy here. And it just fucks up. Where did my roll go? It just fucks up constantly. Okay, dodge one just to get hit by the other as per usual. I can't go anywhere because there's a fucking wall in the way. I hate that that's a true combo. It's a fucking eternity. Dude, every time she input reads that shit. Should do that point blank too. Here comes the nasty bullshit true hit combo that I just can't seem to fucking avoid for some reason. I'm sorry for all the fucking complaining, but like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, she is not that hard of a fight, but I am struggling to do anything to her without getting immediately hit in response. Like, nothing seems fast enough except for knives, except the knives miss half the time. So, like, I'm just kind of, like, screwed. She just ended up being, like, the worst fucking combination of attacks for consumables only, apparently. I don't even think Radon will necessarily be that bad because at least he fucking has a hitbox instead of just being this tiny little body on top of a giant frame. And for someone who's supposed to be weak to fire, she's taking a surprisingly small amount of volcano pot damage, which makes no goddamn sense. Like, I know some of the reason for that is because she's just not standing in it enough, but even the damage per hit seems low, which I don't understand. Hey, Dodo, how's it going? Voicing me addicted to the song Takati, There's No Way Back. Nice. Seen levels through this fight on his new game +7 RL1 no shadow run, and he usually stayed very close to her for most attacks, and it seemed to work very well. The problem is, like, I mean, I've been trying on some occasions to stay close to her, but the length of time it takes to be able to throw half the shit that I need to be able to throw at her, just, it takes so long that she just input reads and hits me anyway. I mean, like, I'll try just getting closer and maybe we'll have like a little bit better chance, but the problem that I'm having, or the main reason why I'm like trying to keep my distance a lot of the time, is that, you know, her hitbox just seems so fucking jank. Shit like this where you just can't fucking see what she's doing. Like, I can't fucking see anything. True comboed, because why not? Wow, why did that do extra damage? I got like a off balance hit or something, or like a counter attack hit. I don't know what the fuck happened, but it did an absurd amount of damage. I can't fucking see, dude. See, the problem is, like, I just can't fucking hit her with half my shit because I need to be able to see her, but I can't. Because up close or far away, her body is such a tiny hitbox, the lock-on is useless. And there's shit like this that you don't want to be anywhere near. Okay, just please do something that's not getting hit relentlessly. I keep trying to fucking take, oh my god, advantage of this stupid fucking frostbite, but like every time I manage to pull it off, she's immediately fucking just being a problem. So it wears off before I have a chance to fucking do anything. Oh. Can't fucking see. Okay, that apparently isn't enough anymore. I can't see. Come, just anything where I could fucking see what is going on would be nice. Oh, what? Oh, fuck, I'm out. There's too much fucking shit to pay attention to. That was my last heal. Why did I try? Why did I try? Why did I fucking try? God damn it. I completely fucking forgot, like, right after saying it, that I don't have any heals left. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, being a little closer kind of helped in some ways, but also hurt in other ways. Like, the difference, like, you gotta understand is that I don't care if you're doing this shit RL1, New Game Plus 7, hands tied behind your back, blindfolded. If you've got a fucking weapon and can just lock on to the boss or normally look at her, because you're not having to angle your camera down just to hit her in the first place, this fight is so much easier. The lack of vision makes this so much fucking harder. Obviously, if you're blindfolded, that's going to be different, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, the problem is I just can't fucking see what she's doing half the time. I'm just guessing what to do. Because if I aim at her body, or more rather, if I lock onto her, it positions the camera up too high, and half of my knives just miss. So and the throwing pots are even worse. And if I aim at her more like just centipede body, I have to like manually aim the camera down, which if I'm up close to her means oftentimes even further. But vision just becomes completely like inconsistent. Like I can only guess what she's doing. Like, we did pretty good, all things considered, but like even doing what I literally just described, I still miss like crazy. She just does not sit still. And her attacks cause her body to twist all over the fucking place. Like, my knives are just going everywhere but where I'm trying to throw them. I'm kind of trying to use the volcano pot strategy, you know, to make do, but I should not have gotten hit by that. That was a perfectly good dodge. I rolled. Come on now. Okay, I'd love it if one of my roll inputs actually did something. True combo. Okay. Oh, don't do this to me now. Gotta heal. I'm gonna get hit, but I have a choice. What? Oh, come on, game. Please stop the bullshit. Okay, I guess that just hits me. Oh no! You motherfucker. Do not give me these buffered inputs and cause me to die out of fucking nowhere for no reason. God, the fucking hitboxes are bad. Oh great, there's a second wave of fucking butterflies right there. It's grand. Okay. Fucking die, you piece of shit. Terrible fucking boss fight. That fight is, again, nowhere near as bad with a legitimate weapon, but with consumables only, Jesus Christ, that was fucking awful. I am glad that I have no intention of ever doing this shit again after this, because that sucked real bad. I probably should have used, like, some other shit, I don't know, fire coils or something, but, like, god damn, that was fucking bad. Like, just so much shit would miss her and hit me as a trade. Like, it just was not going well at all. And I almost died there to a fucking buffered input throw out of fucking nowhere. Shit, it would have fucking made me drop the controller for real. Like, it's just fucking bad when shit like that happens. I don't really know what else to level aside from just, like, vigor at this point. I mean, I don't really want to keep leveling vigor. I'd rather have damage, but, like, I just don't know that anything's going to give me much, but I don't know, man. Alright, well, let's use some of these fucking bullshit remembrances that we're never going to use. 20,000 still. It's too many of those, but whatever. Alright, sorry for all the constant complaining, but holy shit was that fucking bad. It was a terrible fucking fight for consumables only. Good God, man. I'm sure Radon, like, I don't want to underestimate Radon. I'm sure he's going to be fucking hard, but I don't know, man. I feel like, at least with Radon, I can look at what the fuck I'm doing. Vision is a big problem in Radon's fight too, but that's just normal. And at least with him, like, you know, at least he's just fucking swinging. He's not just randomly undulating his body and you just have to guess what fucking move he's doing. With Romina, you know, if I like I said, if I had a normal weapon and could stand at a more regular distance and could just stay locked on, even up close and staying locked on, I do not think would be much of a problem, because I could at least see what she's doing half the time and learn the fight better to dodge it better. But that wouldn't help with any of the input issues, but at least I could properly fucking evade certain attacks because I can see what she's doing. Whereas, you know, being in melee with fucking pots that obscure my vision when I can barely see any of her body in the first place makes it just a complete guess. And then even when I do seemingly roll properly, I'm just, like, inconsistently either getting hit sometimes or not other times. It just made it, like, impossible to really do anything well. And yeah, just, there was, like, no good strategy for using the knives either, or really the pots for that matter. It might have been better to use, like, something that was not volcano pots and just try to hit her more directly, like with just regular fire pots, like maybe not regular ones, but just beefed up fire pots. But I still would have preferred having the frost, the freezing pots, so we wouldn't have had, like, a lot of options there anyway. But just for some actual direct damage. I'm sure we would have missed a bunch anyway, so I'm not sure how helpful it would have been, but the volcano pod damage just was not really getting it done, despite the fact that she's supposed to be weaker to fire, so I don't know why they seemed so weak even when she was getting hit by quite a bit of it, because, I mean, she does have a fair amount of HP, but I don't think she has like a crazy amount. Like, by comparison, I think Midra has the most out of, like, anyone in the DLC, and Midra was, like, a fucking pushover compared to her. Because I think, unless I'm mistaken, I think we killed him in one try. Or no. No, it was it one try? I don't remember anymore. I think I might have gone in and then reset. So it wasn't technically a first try, but, like, I wanted to get boluses or something on. I forget what it was that I needed to do, or maybe it's just that I put on armor, but I feel like I only fought him the once, but I honestly don't recall anymore. Now, Nearleam is going to be its own super fucking annoying place, of course, because obviously the enemies here fucking suck. Okay, and then shit like that's going to happen. Came in mid-Midra. Yeah, I think it was only one try, or at least one legitimate try, because I don't remember if he was one of the fights that I reset to, or if it was just, maybe I did that with Bale. I honestly don't remember what fights I did that on at all. I just remember having one fight yesterday where I, like, was like, wait a minute, I want to go back out and fix something, so I, like, walked in and then went back out again. But I don't know that it was Midra. It would have been something else. Please dodge. There's Elden Ring in there. Attack delays. I'm going to be in medium roll. That's part of the issue. Yep. Extra roll there. That was not supposed to happen. We need to take some shit off or just use a rune arc, I suppose. I need to save them for anything at this point. Okay. Anyway. I need to cool down a little bit, just get that fucking, wash the taste of that stupid fucking fight out of my mouth. Like, I genuinely don't think Romina's that bad of a fight, but for consumables only, or at least the setup that I was using, just was not good. Like, nothing seemed to really work well. And it just made the fight, like, that much more of a headache, because all I could really do was dodge. And not well, because I couldn't see half the shit she was doing, so just felt like playing with, like, a huge handicap for no reason. Most of the time, like, sure, that's just what challenge runs are, don't get me wrong, but most of the time, I don't think there's a reason to go down there. There's not like an item, right? I still feel generally like most of the time when you do challenge runs, depending on what it is, like, they're difficult, but they generally feel fun, and, you know, depending on what you're imposing on yourself, they still usually feel kind of balanced. It just really depends, though. Like, just sometimes you run into ones that are kind of like this, where just with specific certain fights and instances where you just run into problems that make it way harder and or just less fun than normally they otherwise would be. So I feel like, again, I don't know what it is with, like, the DLC. Just certain areas seem to not run well for me. And I guess it's just because there's a lot of shit trying to render or something, but, like, because, like, if I'm in a smaller spot and I look around, like, closer to walls, then we're kind of fine. But for the most part, I don't know, it seems a little off. Yeah, out of the window? The archway, I mean? This guy's just extra scaled up, or... I guess that's about appropriate. I guess I was mostly killing them with volcano pots in Midra's Manse. I mean, I expect them to be a little stronger in Iruline, but just maybe not a lot stronger. Rude guy. Okay. Acted just a little too late to that one. Guess I should just expect that everything here is just going to hit hard. Comparatively. We do also need to be on the lookout for the remainder of the Shadow Tree fragments, and Revered Spirit Tree Ash too, if I feel like, or Revered Spirit Tree Ash? Revered Spirit Ashes as well. Not that I really need those, but I wouldn't mind just collecting them all anyway. I was looking at this tree, and somehow tree got popped into that string of words. I would prefer if most challenge runs just kind of went smooth overall. Like I don't want there to be like no challenge or adversity or anything, but I just don't really like getting super tilted at shit. And, I wouldn't say Romina was especially bad in terms of the tilt, but I definitely was getting pretty annoyed with her. Not even specifically, just frustrated, if that makes sense. Like I just genuinely was not enjoying that fight. Alright, I vanished immediately after saying hi. Hi again, hope you're good. Back is still fucked. I'm sorry to hear that your back isn't doing great. Did you get some time to hang out with your gal, at least? So maybe she can give you like a massage or something and help out. Not that she necessarily has to, but you know what I mean. Sometimes just an extra set of hands helps, you know, unfuck that sort of situation. I know for me that with, you know, because I get back and neck problems sometimes, it's just, oh, tomorrow? Okay, nice. Sometimes, like, I can kind of sleep something away or do certain stretches to kind of help fix it, but sometimes you really just need somebody to, like, try to work your back muscles a little bit and try to adjust things a little bit, not straight up necessarily chiropractically, but just to kind of push things around a bit so that you feel like things feel straight and normal and less swollen if your muscles are kind of pulling shit around. Anyway, really quickly, I need to run to the restroom, y'all, so I think I'm just going to also make coffee really fast because I'm almost out of this one. So if you will give me just a quick, like, 2 minutes here, I'm not going to put on the BRB screen or anything, it shouldn't take very long. 2 minutes or less, I will be back. So yeah, I will see y'all in just a sec. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Really like your unlimited power robes. Yeah, the I like the prospector's long gown here. The overall prospector prospector preceptor's set I like, except for the hat, just because the hat for like a straight up mage is fine, but sometimes I use this robe just as kind of like a dark looking set with a bit of a capey robe sort of thing, and I'll use it with like a sword build or something, just because it's, you know, more stylish light armor. And then, you know, wearing the hat on the other hand, it just sometimes gets in the way of, like, especially if you're using like a big two-hander or something, like it just clips through. So usually I just end up mixing the like the skeletal mask with it, which I guess I don't have on. Oh no, there it is. With that, which doesn't 100% fully mesh super well. Like there's a part of the little scarf thing that sticks out on the front when you wear it, but it's close enough. Anyway, the thing that you hear stomping is just the large Inquisitor over here. And I felt his belly bash hitbox just then. Like, it still hit me, despite the fact that I was around a corner. Like, I didn't take any damage, obviously, but I still got the, like, shockwave effect of taking a mild stagger from it. The thing has such a huge stagger hitbox, it's weird. A flinching hitbox, whatever you want to call it. Did not land. Let me get rid of some of these other smaller Inquisitors first. It did not, apparently not go as far as I thought it did. Bit of a fumble, honestly. I could have done that with like 2 pots if I had aimed it right. It felt like it didn't go as far as it should have, though. Like, I'm usually pretty good at aiming those long distance, and felt like for some reason that came up really short. Yeah, like, that should have gone way farther. What, is there something weird here where, like, momentum gets killed for some reason? It just sort of feels like that something like that is going on. I don't know. Maybe it's not. It just... Maybe something about... Oops, that's not the way to dodge that. Something about the angle just makes it look like I'm aiming higher than I am. I'm not sure. Or rather, aiming lower than I think I am. Alright, now the Divine Beasts are going to be probably a bit of a pain, so... I'll endeavor to kill them, but some of them we might just run past, honestly, because... Fuck them. Well, I should still get the other items here. Okay, that was not where it was supposed to go. Okay, that's some fucking... That is some angled crap right there. Wait, come back. Really hate those Divine Beast guys. Yeah, like, I kind of like killing them one each, but since they respawn, I don't know. And they don't really drop much that's good except for the last one, I think. They kind of don't feel worth fighting most of the time. But yeah, they can be really, really annoying for sure. But if we die up here or something, I'm just gonna skip that guy if I can. Alright, now I need to find... There's some other ways to go here so I can get the stuff that's like over there. Speaking of, let's just... remember where all we actually want to try to go with some of this. Some of it we can just drop down to, I remember that much. So now we want to be careful not to maybe go too far. We're going to start dealing with the the really annoying caster guys, which have the mouthful of a name officially, which is Sage of Iniralim. That's what those guys with the horns that just do the little spiral spells at you from the floor are called. Dark, I guess, is good. My hope is that I can somehow find a good angle to just throw some pots at the first one or something, at least from a good distance. Otherwise we're gonna have to do the run up and quit out strategy to try to find a good way of kind of dealing with them, I think. Because they can be a bit of a problem for any build at any time, whether you try to run up the stairs or jump or whatever. Rolana71, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Okay, oh, I shouldn't have gone that way. We could have just gone back up the tree branch, whatever. Yes, I have to correct myself. I hate all the enemies in this area. Yeah, that's fair. There's not really much in this area that's actually fun to fight. The grave birds are okay, but they're also the worst version of the grave birds. The sages of Iniralim, as I just referred to them, obviously suck for specific reasons. They're not hard to fight, obviously, but, you know, just getting to them is annoying. I don't know that there's any way that I'm going to be able to angle a volcano pot up to him, especially not with the trees. Yep, he's already targeting me. It's moving ever an inch to the fucking right. God, these fucking enemies suck so bad. Alright, we're gonna do the run up and quit out strat, I guess, or try to anyway. You don't have to quit out or anything. Honestly, just keep going. The problem is that when you just get hit by one and staggered by 3 or 4 of them at once if you get really unlucky. Thankfully, I'm not super crazy low vigor or, you know, doing my usual no armored thing, so it's fine. Damn. It's not gonna reach. Let's kill the upper one first. It's our first fragment. Is that enough for an upgrade? I think it is. Then there should just be 3 more. Even that's fucking annoying. Of course, with consumables only, they would somehow still be super annoying. So they can still cast at you while you're doing something like that. Probably kill them with something a little stronger, maybe, but... 4 heals left. It'd be nice if those guys at least permanently stayed dead. Yeah, I want to go down the other path, but I don't really have much in the way of heals, so maybe we just risk it and then come back if we need to. Or just warp back, I mean, if we need to, because we can, so. Did you light the grace? That's a good question. I think First Rise is the one, right? I can go up and double check, but... Appears I did not. Good call. Good looking out. Fireproof pickled liver. This is nothing particularly special. Now we want to go down here carefully. Okay. I was gonna say I don't think there's anything there, but just wanted to check. It's been a while since I've looked at anything in Erdtree, so I don't remember where absolutely everything is or is not. Of course, half the shit that I'm picking up, as is always, like, I just don't... is it lighting a grace? Kind of becomes less shiny. I guess touching the grace is really probably the more accurate thing to say. We always usually just say shit like activating the grace, because yeah, it's not like you're lighting a bonfire, but I know what you mean. It's all kind of all kind of antiquated terms anyway. Half the time we just call this shit bonfires anyway. Same with Bloodborne and Sekiro, you know, we still call those fucking things bonfires too. No, that's not at all what they are. You got lamps and idols, respectively. Arr. See, this is why I genuinely just wish you could, like, favorite crafting items so that you didn't really need to, like, cycle through crafting menus. Even if you, like, switch to the specific menu, it just doesn't really feel great. Can I possibly target that scorpion from all the way up here? Probably not, right? Doesn't seem logical, but I kind of want to just see. It's definitely not going to hit, but just wondering if it's possible to somehow hit him just to make things slightly easier, because that scorpion is really the thing I'm more concerned about. He's like right on the other side of the door, isn't he? Or am I like forgetting? He might not even be like fully loaded in, like you might have to go down there. mean, he should kind of be loaded in, but I don't think we have a way of hitting him from here. Realistically anyway, but maybe can we hit you? Are you on the other side of this, or are you up on the other? Because I think he's on the other side of this door. Yes. Question is, can you get in the door? Because if you can't do that, then this is perfectly easy. Have absolutely nothing to worry about. The only reason I even want to play it safe with that guy is that this particular scorpion is a nasty ambush when you're coming down here to grab this thing. Especially because that's one of the stronger ones. I remember when I came down here the first time on my other playthrough, like, he almost killed me, so. Alright, then the elevator shortcut is there. We have 4 heals left. I'm going to top off just for the hell of it, but it might not be the wisest decision. And then down, if we go down further, there's an elevator, but then also a curse blade to deal with at the bottom. Also, I think this is what leads also to where people take, there's like a speed running shortcut. Wait, is this not, maybe this is not the curse blade one, I'm thinking of a different spot. That's later, I guess, but we do have, I think that comes up later. I'm thinking of the one that when you go in the other direction from the rooftop, I guess. This just leads to Euphoria and stuff, but there's also, I think, one more Divine Beast in the way. Okay, throw that one. So we are going to have to at least deal with that. It's all bonfires in the end. Yep. It's all bonfires. Yeah, that guy. Okay. Oh, he's not in combat with us anymore. That's useful. I would have preferred if he just, like, fell, but... So you do have to be a little careful with these guys, because they could definitely ruin our day very quickly, especially with the lack of heals. Okay, he stops going after that, so... Oh no, he turned around, okay. Kinda, ooh. Forget it. How did none of that hit you? I'm just playing it extra safe with this guy because I don't want to have to redo this whole, like, walk down here because it's kind of lengthy. I mean, it's all for a fucking weapon I don't even intend to use, but you know me, I like to explore. Plus, this is potentially the final stream of this, maybe, so... Well, of this run. I don't know if it will be. It just depends on if we get super stuck on Radon or even the Loyalists for that matter, but, I will say I wasn't expecting you to get as stuck on Romina as I did, that's for fucking sure. I thought she would take, like, a few tries, not, like, fucking 15 or however many it actually took. I just snuck by this guy the first time because I didn't want to take the risk of, after all the jumping. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, honestly, generally, aside from, like, the last one, because I think he dropped something, I forget what, but It's not overly worth fighting any of the divine beasts. It's better when you can either bait them into like falling off a roof in the one guy's case, or just sneaking by them if you can, or otherwise running past them if you can, because they're a much harder fight than they need to be for a lot of builds, and just general player skill level, and they don't really reward you with that much for the effort. If they were enemies that simply didn't respawn as just like a barrier that you needed to clear, like that would be fine, but the fact that like they respawn just kind of makes them feel not worth fighting. Because if you get stuck and keep dying to one of them, then it's just like it's a run back that you got to just keep making over and over again, and it sort of sucks. Because this game is generally pretty good at preventing run backs, but not with shit like that. Because legacy dungeons usually are pretty good about keeping Stakes America in for a few places, but usually it's like right before bosses or occasionally at certain midpoints. But you aren't typically expected to die super frequently, even to like challenging enemies. And even if you would die to them regularly, a lot of legacy dungeons offer you the means of just kind of sneaking past them. With these guys, that's still kind of the case, but it's definitely harder, and you're much more likely to die to a lot of the enemies in this dungeon than I think just about any other dungeon in all of Elden Ring. Alright, we can just warp back now at this point. I thought they wouldn't respawn at first. They do very much seem like the type of enemy that wouldn't, so there's nothing wrong with making that assumption. But unfortunately they do. Just leave that on there, but we might end up using Frostbite in the long run anyway. I should probably remove something from my bar here, but so there's less shit to cycle through. Just depends on what I want to use versus not use. Okay, there's no items there. Killed you once, so we don't really need to worry about killing you again. I didn't really need to kill him in the first place, but I usually just like to. But more the reason to kill him the first time is so that I could go down and safely loot the items that were near. Huh. So the volcano pot did knock him out of the air, but it took a second, which is interesting. I just want your attention, really. There's another one behind the thingy, but God, man, it just takes so long to be able to fucking dodge sometimes after throwing something. We could kill these guys faster with something else, but I'm hoping to not need to repeat this area if we can hopefully not die to the Divine Beast on the roof. It would be especially nice if I could get him to just walk off the ledge, and I know that there's like a way to get him to do it kind of consistently, but I don't know what the way is, because it's not something I've ever really bothered to do. I just know it's a thing that happens. Oh, what? He still got the spell off. He was super dead, though. Unfair. Alright, I need to also remember to up my Shadow Tree Blessing, because I forgot. That should also, I think, be the last Revered Spirit Ash, maybe? Let me look. Yeah, we have 4 of those, so we've got... Wait, no, don't you need 5 for the last one? Maybe I do need one more yet. But I guess I'll try to wait until I get to the next Grace. And then I need to find 2 more Shadow Tree fragments. I'm trying to remember. There's one, I think, by the next Grace, and then where's the last one? Is it just like right before or after the Loyalists? Because I'm struggling to remember. Alright, come at me this way. Do it. Yes, yes, yes. That's what we wanted. Now fall off. I mean, even if you don't fall off, that's fine. You can just stay there. So it seems like all you really got to do is kind of hit him / bait him with something and then like hug this railing, I guess, that seems to usually get him to fall, but you kind of want him to do it further to the left so that he'll actually fall the whole way down. But even if not, like, he kind of gets stuck there, so you can kind of just like throw shit at him or make ranged attacks more safely from there if you want. You just can't really go down there safely is the problem. But honestly, he, like, as much as the last one is considered the hardest, you know, in terms of just overall, like, power, or the toughest, I should say, like, this one is probably the most dangerous just because, you know, he's positioned on this little roof that makes him kind of hard to just get past. He aggroes to you, like, very quickly, and the frost shit that he does, the Divine Beast Frost Stomp stuff, just hits fucking everywhere. So it just makes him kind of a big problem to deal with a lot of the time. There's our Horned Warrior Ashes. Maybe one day we'll do a Spirit Ashes only playthrough. It's a lot more viable in the DLC. Like, not specifically the DLC content, but now with DLC stuff, it's way more viable because not only is there better synergy items and crystal tiers and stuff that synergize with the Ashes of War, or sorry, the Spirit Ashes, but you also get shit like Heal from Afar, which is not only a super powerful healing spell, but you don't have to be on top of your fucking Spirit Ash summons to heal them, so you just get like way more potency out of Spirit Ashes with the stuff the DLC adds, which is super nice. Says try repositioning my PC to onto my desk, so I'll be gone for a few minutes. No worries, Sass. Hope it goes well. Hope you enjoy the computer feng shui. Excuse me, Inquisitor. I don't know who said you could ride the elevator up here, but I did not sign off on that, so you need to go back down. Or just die, that's fine too. Alright, so we do want to go down. I'm thinking, is the curse plate going to be a problem for us? Really? Realistically? Probably not. I don't want to die before we get to the Grace up there, but we also have to deal with the last Divine Beast up there anyway, so it may not really matter. I think we should probably do this coming down. I always want to check to make sure I'm on the right side before I try jumping to that. Gravebird Helm. I'm gonna have to like figure out cheat engine at some point, because even though we will take a break from Elden Ring probably for a bit after this run, I do still want to do like some fun themed, you know, casual runs, as well as other challenge runs, of course, too, but just, you know, stuff that you can grab in the DLC that we won't have access to immediately. Curse blades fucking annoy me so much. They're not that bad typically, but they can be a real fucking dickhead at times. Especially when they just want to refuse to really take much in the way of damage here. Which this one certainly seems to want to be doing. He's just kind of not really taking much. Come on, bro. How is none of this hitting you? There we go. I mean, if you want to reset or something, that's fine. You can do the same shit that the other guy did before. Okay, gives me a chance to craft more. Although these admittedly are not doing great damage. That was a little awkward. Oops. Didn't mean to set the elevator going up, but so it didn't fall in the process. It would have been funny if he had fallen off while it was going up, though. I preferred when you were... Oh, God. I'm trying to cheese him, but I'm in a super fucking dangerous spot for this. Yep. Oh, God. Okay. He almost ruined everything, but we managed to cheese him a little bit. I should have just used a different weapon on him. Like, obviously the volcano pots were not doing very much damage to him. I don't know why either. Like, I don't think they're like super resistant to fire, so I'm not sure why that curse blade in particular was taking so little, but I don't know. It's been a while since I fought that guy, so maybe he just has a lot of HP or something. Now, we still have that stupid divine beast to get past, but at least we'll be not leaving our ruins down here or some shit, so that's something. He's okay if you can hit him from the tower above. A couple of attacks can hit, but not as bad as if you're on the same level. Yeah. I don't know where this guy tends to leash at. It's probably not super far. The problem is that because he has wind, I don't know how easy it's going to be for us to hit him with shit. I think it's going to bounce. I still got hit by that. Alright, chill out. 5 heals left. Gonna go this way for a second, sir. I might even just go touch the grace if you don't mind. Just so that's one less thing to deal with. That attack can be really annoying to dodge. You need to like run to the side sooner, I think. It's coming quick. He's a coming quick. Is there a way to negate the... negate the wind damage? Is that what you're asking? I'm not too sure, to be honest, how easy it is to do. probably not very. I think mainly you just kind of have to get out of the way, but it looked like I thought he just like gave up for a second there. He's like, okay, I guess you win. I'm one hit away. Just finish me off, bro. For some reason, I thought he dropped something more important than that sword. I couldn't remember what it was he dropped, but I knew he dropped something. But I guess that shows that it's nothing especially important. Now, the thing is, I think I'm missing... Do we get a Shadow Tree fragment after... Someone remind me, because it's been a while. Do we get a Shadow Tree fragment after... I'm missing Revered Spirit Ash, too. Although that one could just be from somewhere else in the game, but... Where is this last Shadow Tree fragment at? Is it after the Loyalists that you get it? Because we're about to be doing that. Or did I just miss it somewhere? Because I'm pretty sure I got everything but what was in Anir Alim. I think. We got both of the... We've picked up 3 so far, so we should just be missing 1. Hang on, I'm gonna have to look this up because I don't remember specifically off the top of my head. Let's see. Shit's not helpful. God, I need to get a new mouse really fucking badly. So this is the cleansing chamber. Why is my... Okay. So we got that one. We got the one at the spiral rise. I remember that. I guess the outer tower one maybe is the one we're missing. We got the one in the secret, quote-unquote, secret area that leads to Euphoria, so theoretically we're just missing one from, like, over here somewhere. And where exactly that is, I don't really remember, but I guess we'll just have to go back and look. Should be one in a tower after the rooftops. Alright. So, like, just after... Frostboy? So I'm guessing maybe I just missed that one. Really want to have to redo this, but go back and look. Fuck that spell. I hate Gravebirds and fucking Anir Alim. Like, everywhere else in the game, they're kind of fine, but, like, these ones in particular are just super annoying. I mean, again, it's a consumables thing. Like, with a regular weapon, this won't be so bad, but... Just also going through a lot of volcano pot stuff. We have used up a ton, but thankfully we're getting very close to the end of the game, so save states we shouldn't need to worry about it at all, I would think. Okay, I wasn't actually trying to nail you directly in the face with that, but I guess that's fine. Same level as Frostbite, could be wrong, like behind you have to come up the stairs. Alright, we'll take a look here in a moment. You're probably right, and I just forgot to look around the area. Shit, of course now he wants to be a dick. Yeah, here it is. I think, just because I obviously don't want to fight this asshole. Oh, fuck off. Just run by here just to not deal with this, if at all possible. Excuse me. Would like to just get to a spot where I can warp. Oh, I can. There we go. Alright, we got it. I just forgot to turn around and look. I figured we just missed one here. Now, I missed a Revered Spirit Ash somewhere too, but that I don't give a shit about, so... I just want to get to level 20 since we can. So we got, I don't know, approximately like another, I don't know, maybe 4% total after coming here, but... 4 or something, if that. It's probably not even that much. It's pretty low. I'm not even sure if the information on it online is correct unless they've updated it. Because we got like an update right before we went to print that they were changing a couple of the values. Especially for like the later ones because they felt a little too small, so I think they were kind of distributing them a little bit more. So now I'm not sure if you specifically need to get to level 12 or if it's more that you need to get to a slightly higher level just to make some of the later ones more valuable. They might have made some of the earlier ones less valuable. Which I know doesn't probably sound great, but... okay, just so we have, like, everything here. It's fine. Everything that we'd want, anyway. Which is not much. We're gonna probably use volcano pots in this. I may have to use summons. I don't know that we're gonna really manage without them, because rot pots I don't think are gonna do anything. I should probably just take those off the bar for now. Because unfortunately, despite the fact that they really shouldn't be, I don't think any of these NPCs are susceptible to poison or rot. Pretty sure they're all immune. Except for Dane. Which, granted, there's only, like, Dane and Letta, so I guess I could use rot against Dane. Probably should. But... I thought we did. I might as well just use this. It's not like I need to keep any of it around. It's a little slightly overkill, but not much. Focused on Frostboy? Yeah, definitely. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess put Rod on there. I don't know if we're going to get much chance to use Frost as the thing. It's kind of hard to hit people with these things, so... Alright, we are going to create a save state just so I don't have to farm up all this shit that we're likely going to use a bunch of here. I guess we'll keep the other stuff as is. And I'm just trying to think. Actually, you know what we might want to do for here, just because it's slightly harder for them to evade, is put on fire coils, because those actually aren't too bad at hitting NPCs with. Just so we've got something. Alright, quick game. Import save state. Alrighty. Here goes nothing. Okay. Been going for longer than I thought, but I suppose that makes sense. I'm gonna try this without summons, even though Shit, do you have to summon them to get them to show up afterwards? I feel like you don't, but maybe you do. I don't remember now. I suppose
it must be what his eminence
I suppose.
or
I don't know if it
perhaps
actually gets
desired all
harder
along.
specifically if you summon them or not.
Clashing of the favored
Something I
lords.
never really looked into. I assume
Such
they
that one
do
will
just because that's how
prevail,
normally boss fights
so
work, but
be
they're
it.
also not like a
If
typical
you
boss fight,
insist
so
upon facing Mick and
maybe we
the
should just
Hound,
summon them and just hope that
then
we
I will
don't end up
lead
needing
you
them.
wherever you might be.
Because
Don't
it's not
take
really
me
part of the challenge generally to use them, but I also would prefer to be able to get their loot at the end just for the hell of it. Let's just do it. I kind of don't care that much. We'll just hope that that when we go through with this, that we kill them somehow quickly enough that they don't really do much. You have to summon them? Yeah, it's kind of what I thought. And it's not like Egon where I can kind of just like potentially summon him later as an option.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
Of course, that just somehow had the angle to not hit you. I hope they didn't change you being like immune to, or not immune to rot. Okay, they definitely didn't. Didn't mean to throw another one there, but that's fine. I should have brought roped pots with me. That was a little foolish. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you
for
came up
speaking
a
to
little
me
faster
as a
than I was
compatriot
expecting.
when we stood
I was not
before
paying
the
attention.
Dawn.
Well, it's probably all just as well. I don't overly want to fight these guys entirely by myself all that bad. Okay, relax.
For the dignity of my lord and master.
I said relax. Fucking chill out, Jesus Christ. I'm just staggering their moves, so I just... Wow, they get summoned quickly when there's only two of them. How am I still just getting roll caught by all your shit?
By
Like,
way of
normally that's not that
apology,
hard.
I will reveal
Am I medium
the
rolling?
power
I'm medium rolling, no fucking wonder.
It's needles that will stick you into death.
It is what it is. I don't overly care if it's not perfectly in line with the challenge. It was, you know...
In the end, I could not bury the memories of Lord Moog and our pact of blood.
Y'all, I appreciate that you're taking on Leda, but I need you to
After knowing
split up your attacks a little bit here.
I seem to have made a poor judgment about you, or perhaps Centrina.
Good bleed, buddy. Good bleed.
I am deeply sorry for doubting you. I am here only to grant Centrina's
There's
singular.
her stupid heal.
I will stop Mikula the Kind. He will never become a god.
God, why are they still so fucking healthy? Jesus. Oh my god. Fucking chill, you piece of shit. Why am I not... Okay. Bro, I input the heal 3 times before it healed. I got robbed. I was holding triangle, and for some reason, despite the fact that I was holding triangle, it just kept trying to swap weapons to my non-existent weapons. And he was just not healing. I had to press it 3 times before it actually did the thing that it was supposed to do. Alright, let's reload that. I will rune arc this time. We're just gonna have to do that each time, which is annoying, but... What did I die to that removed my rune arc? Oh yeah, I fell super early in the level, I remember now. What? Why can't I use it? No, I have a rune arc here. Do you just not... I guess that just doesn't count when you're in an invasion? Well, that's something we have to adjust then, so I guess we just take the gloves off. It's even less defense, but we can't be medium rolling in that fight.
So that you might ascend to lordship. Why come to these lands to begin with? I suppose it must be what his
God, she just
eminence,
be
or
fucking
perhaps
yapping the
literally
whole time,
desired
though.
all along. The clashing of the favored lords.
This is the one thing about the fucking save
such
state
that
that
one will
sucks.
prevail, so be it.
I have
If
to
you
listen to her
insist
fucking yap all
upon
day.
facing Mikula the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might
Speaking
be.
Japanese over
Don't
here.
tarry now.
Alright, I'm still gonna summon them. Like I said, these guys all come up so fast that I actually almost kind of need the help at this point. I'd prefer not to, but honestly, we're not summoning for any other normal boss fights. I think this is kind of warranted, frankly, because this is kind of a unique situation.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
Last time, I thought that only took one. I guess it took two. Okay, we are in light load, so that's good. Should be a little easier to dodge his bullshit now. At least when he's not spamming. That's okay. I'd love to not roll entirely into a wall. What the fuck is Letta doing? Just like way over here. You know what I need to do? I need to alter my save state and craft roped fire pots instead. Also, fire coils, I just realized are maybe a little bit of a bad choice because we don't really have a lot of FP.
Evermore.
I can't fathom your convictions. After
Managed to
knowing
get hit by
how
that.
you Mikula, what remains to pledge to your Lord of Blood?
Lady Leda, your suspicions were dead on. In the end, I could not bury the memories.
God, they have so much fucking HP, man. It's kind of ridiculous.
Our pact of blood.
I am deeply sorry for doubting you. I am here only to grant Trina's singular wish. I will stop Mikula the Kind. He will never become a god.
Tiolier, I seem to have made a poor judgment about you, or perhaps Centrina.
Fucking chill. Dane, get the fuck out of here. It does seem to be rotted, that's good.
Not the finest blade, nor the mightiest armor.
I thought he fucking died. This fucking random dialogue suddenly, I was just like, did you just die, Theolier? Fucking pissed me off real bad. It's like, how are you already dead? You barely fought any at all yet.
I'm sorry for speaking to you as a compatriot.
Shut up, Letta, no one
Still
cares.
before the withered arm.
Fucking weirdo fanatic. Let me dodge, Jesus Christ. Fucking true comboed into oblivion.
It is that our interests have aligned. Balm
Bro,
upon
come
my
on,
soul
you
reveals
roll
we
catch.
do not meet today as enemies. Now, my blade. Watch closely.
Shit, I'm out. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Okay, now if I could maybe just keep the boys alive, that'd be great.
By way of apology, I will reveal the marrow of my
Alright,
soul.
alright. That
Its
doesn't feel like it
needle
should have hit me there,
that
but
will
okay.
Stitch you into death. Kindly, Mikula,
Alright.
make the world a gentler place.
So yeah, we did it with the assistance, but honestly, this would have been so fucking painful solo, I think. I don't really care that much. Every other fight we do in accordance with the normal rules, but this is a bit of a unique situation. Because without these guys giving some sort of distraction, we'd just get fucking demolished every time, I can almost guarantee it. With roped fire pots, we would have been a little bit better off, but I don't remember if summoning them actually affects the HP of Letta and Dane, or, well, any of the enemies you're fighting here. But if it, even if it doesn't, I'm pretty sure they still have a lot of HP, in which case our roped pots probably would have done very little to succeed. We would have been using literally everything and we could possibly use against them. Alright, so here's the deal. We're gonna want... I don't know if we want volcano pots, but I'm gonna craft them to start, just to see. Let's craft fire coils just so we have them. Probably won't really want to use those. And over those for now, I'm going to put the frost pots. The fire coils I'll just throw on here for now somewhere. And then, let me take a look at this here. Sacred Bloody Flesh, physical attack power, and arcane once. I think this is a higher physical attack power boost than Sacred or Exalted Flesh is. I could be wrong, but this is also just physical attack. It doesn't, I mean, they're both the same. I'd use the Dragon Scale Flesh if it didn't gradually reduce your HP. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe we give that a try on our thing here. Whoops, I didn't mean to use that. That's fine. And then now the question is going to be, because Radahn's not overly weak to fire, I don't know that having additional fire damage is going to do much for us. I'd rather just have the defense, I think. Maybe. Or, well, stamina is going to be useful for sure in this. And then because we're not going to likely be able to stay at full HP very often, maybe we'll want to switch to holy defense or something. But honestly, I don't know. This is going to be a weird one. We're going to have to try to rely on Rot doing a lot for us, especially if we're going to set up like this. We can go with these, actually, for something a little bit better, I think. And then just have a little bit of passive armor, and then I'll keep these on for now, but I don't know how useful they're going to be. We're going to mostly have to use knives. I think piercing, thankfully, is one of the things that he's, like, slightly weaker to, so our knives should be at least somewhat okay. Like, not utterly terrible.
Now I suppose this leaves only one. But in truth, I cannot calm.
I won't be summoning for this fight, just to be clear.
Challenging a god is no small matter. I'm afraid I underestimated the lad. Appearing frail in both body and mind, I presumed he'd be like to stumble upon the field of battle. What a fool I was. He serves another master, but Satiolier performed...
Honestly, he did perform pretty good this time around.
He too quivers with anticipation, as do we.
In any normal run, I feel like Tialier feels kind of useless a lot of the time, because the deadly poison spray bottle, or perfume bottle, does physical damage and just has poison buildup. So, and it's just like pure physical. It's not like strike or anything like that. There's no subtype. But it's not overly like good damage. And his damage feels kind of weak. Let alone the fact that his like attack speed isn't the best. So I feel like in a lot of these fights he's just kind of good as a distraction and not much more. And that's still kind of what he did here, but I feel like he did a good job for once with it. Instead of just kind of being there.
Something you want to get off your chest? Well, you needn't worry. It was you, wasn't it? Who defeated Lord Moog. Fear not. I bear no grudge against you. His Eminence was felled in an honorable duel. And such are the risks of seeking lordship. Besides, what right have I to complain? I blame the enchantment more than anything. Righteous tarnished. We will have our victory. I swear upon my blood.
Alright, sorry about that. My roommate has to run out again. Mouse glitch? Oh no, it's because of the no combat. That's why I couldn't swing. Alright. Okay, let me level up one more time, and then, yeah, she's not going to be out for super long, but I don't leave him down there, so I had to bring him up here to hang out. So yeah, we need, like, actually need more than I thought. We should be able to get there, I think. Maybe we'll get close. Ended up using, like, all of my runes for this, too, which is interesting. Are we gonna actually not have enough? I'd have to go kill something really quick. I had so many, like, runes saved up, too. Yeah, we're close, but not quite there. We need, like, 2,000, not even. It's like 1,500. What a jip. Alright, let me really fast. What can we kill really quickly? It's, like, super easy next to a Grace. Honestly, don't even bother. Just come over here. We don't have to expend the effort. We'll just let the fucking golem do the work for us. Oh yeah, this is here now. Sorry, Letta, that message is not going to be of any use to us at this point. Yeah, before I'm going to get the save and stuff set up, but before I go fight Radon, I'm going to take another quick bathroom break. So we have enough now, so the question is, do we do anything with our leftovers? Do we need to buy anything? Probably not. The 64 dex is just going to have to be good enough for that. Inventory, no. Equipment. Not super low on anything buying-wise, and for a save state, we don't need to really even worry about our crafting, so... Alright, so... Divine Gate Front Staircase, I'm just going to put myself over here and make our final save file, I guess. Just make sure everything's set up first. We need to change our physic because I don't want really the fire one, I think. Passive healing could potentially even be useful here, but I think, again, we either just kind of went like the strength nut or something. I wish that, I mean, I don't have it, obviously, but if we had the Crimson Sapping cracked here, I wish that shit was actually any good. It restores so little HP on attacks. Like, it's a little bit better when you have, like, a fast attacking weapon, but, like, it's still really bad. It's, like, less than 1% per hit. It's, like, 0.9%, which, is pretty bad. When you're attacking consistently, and especially if you're using something that's not, like, fist weapons or claws where you can attack, or daggers where you can attack really quickly. Like, it just, it doesn't do much. The only time, like, I actually do sort of recommend the Crimson Sapping Cracked here in a build in the guide, and the only reason I do is because it's a guide that uses, or a build that uses, spinning gravity thrust. So in combination, because that thing hits so many times, especially if you do it twice in a row, like, you can get a fair bit of health restoration from that plus other things stacked on top, like, because you just hit a bunch in short succession. But even then, you're better off just generally, if you want the healing, just using something else. I think we'll just go with strength nut, because I just don't know that anything else is going to be worth it here unless we feel like we need the healing at some point. So I think everything else is set up. The only thing I'm unsure of is our blue juice. I don't know if we're going to need crystal darts, but I'm going to just try not to mess with it. So, all right, let me save it here. And I'm going to run to the bathroom as soon as I get that done. Import. There we go. Continue. Alrighty, well, I'm going to leave myself here for a second while I go to the bathroom really quick, but then we will come back and we will give this shit a try. I don't know if we're going to finish this today. It depends on how hard stuck I get on Radon. I guess we'll find out. Anyways, oh wait, shit, did I? Okay, yeah, all that's set up. Yeah, alright, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Also had to turn my AC off. It was kind of like warm and muggy in here this morning, but now it's actually kind of weirdly chilly. I think just because it rained so much, it kind of cooled off a bit. Probably only temporarily, and I'm sure it's going to be fucking humid now tomorrow. Anyway. So here's my thinking. If we don't finish this today, whether I call it a little bit early or not, I will try to do this tomorrow and hopefully finish it. If I do finish it today, stream will be slightly up in the air tomorrow because I'm not really sure what to play. Unless I just kind of mostly do sort of a chatting stream, but I might find just something kind of casual to do for a day. I could also just kind of take the day off just to kind of focus on packing and stuff for the trip, but just since I haven't had a lot of chance to stream, I might just still want to stream anyway, so we'll see how it goes. But of course, if I don't finish this today, I will endeavor to try tomorrow unless stuff gets in the way or something, so we'll see how it goes. Anywho. Alright, let's give this shit a try. I don't think this sacred bloody flesh lasts for very long is another thing, but I gotta find like some spots to even use the rot pots because I never used them really in my regular playthrough, so
deeds will ever be praised in
they're gonna be hard to use in phase 2.
Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return.
I might even just use poison bone darts on him too, just to poison him. The only thing I otherwise foresee potentially altering is just if we want extra survivability and damage, I might like forgo shit like the fire coils and stuff and go back to Renala and respec and just get as much vigor, dexterity, endurance, and strength as I can get for everything. Watching this fight always gives me the DLC hype for some reason. It's fun to watch. It's a little less fun to do. But unless you're really, really good at the fight, maybe. Wow, I'm actually so far away that you can't hit me with that. It's kind of funny. I don't know if any of these are even hitting him, but It should be, because it has a really long reach, but... Just trying to see if I can trigger a bleed, even though they're not doing much damage. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, that... that surprised me a little bit. I was like, what is happening? Fuck. Damn it. I still couldn't roll that? I, like, must have been, like, right at the fucking cusp of that. For some reason didn't get a roll there or there. I'm very rusty. This fucking attack sucks to get in phase 2. Hopefully we have a bit of stamina, but I need to get this other rot pot in. He keeps interrupting me right as it's about to throw. Okay, that... I got hit there? Okay. Maybe I rolled a little too early. He's still not rotten for some reason? Okay, well. Good first phase. I'm not sure why rot didn't trigger on phase 2. I feel like 2 should have done it, but maybe there was just too much time in between because he was just really not giving me a chance. We need to try to find a moment to hit him with 2, but the positioning was really bad at the start, so I didn't really have a good opportunity to just chuck him at him. Otherwise I would have. I don't mind even eating the big nuke once if it means we get rot off. Try again. The problem is just he might not consistently do the nuke is my only issue. Trying to dodge backwards with shit like that. Okay, just eat my input, I guess. Oh, he is poisoned, I didn't realize. Really would prefer to not heal much in this phase, but okay. Okay, just don't roll, I guess, again. I love... Oh, shit. Fuck. Of course, got robbed on that one. Thing is, I started to sip too. Like, I'm surprised I didn't get the heal through that. It's fine. That was a better start for sure. We just got kind of screwed on the RNG a little bit. Hey, Sass, welcome back. Hope the computer moving went well. Oh, whoops, I gotta load. The other issue is just trying to have the hefty rot pot queued up for phase 2, because it's kind of hard to get him there sometimes. Or all my stuff to be where it needs to be right when the phase transition is going to happen, unless I see it coming like quickly and I can just let rot / poison do the work for me right before the transition.
My loyal.
My loyal. Doing it again. Alright, I'm gonna queue this up. Oh shit, I think I need to do a little bit more yet. Shit, damn it. A little greedy there. No, I'm screwed. Super screwed. No. Okay. Phew. I don't think he's poisoned, is that? Oh, what? Okay. I thought I got the dodge there, but apparently not. He canceled? What the fuck? What the hell was that shit? Alright, we're just gonna have to eat this. Okay, he's finally poisoned. Shit, don't get true comboed out. Oh crap. No, terrible. Fuck. I got... It's too much, it's so much shit to juggle, man. That was a really good attempt, too. I'm having to look at too many places on the screen to manage my shit quickly. I should have just slowed down a little bit, but... That one backwards, it was just the wrong direction to dodge. If we hadn't gotten hit by that stupid projectile, I might have been okay. But also, he canceled his mega combo. I don't know if I've seen that before. I probably have, but that was really unexpected. Because I started, like, getting ready to dodge his, like, big light wave combo thing that he does. I don't know what to call it. Where he just, like, swings like crazy. And then he just suddenly... He did the first part of it, and then he canceled and did the big, like... upward sweep, downward sweep move, like, out of nowhere.
My loyal blade.
That went well until the death. Well,
Champion of the festival.
usually the death is the place where things stop going well, yeah. I mean, you know, I get what you mean, though. Just a funny way to put it. Okay, I'm a little surprised that reached me there. What is he doing? Okay, I think, you know, fuck's sake. It's so hard to look at, like, oh my god. All the 1,000,001 fucking things you have to look at in this fight. Oh, god damn it. Alright, that was a terrible attempt. It's so hard. It's like that much harder when you have to try to cycle through a million fucking, consumables to try to get onto the right thing. I need to remove some shit. We got close enough to realize that there's a lot of shit in here we don't need. We don't need these. We don't need those or these. We can probably live without the crystal darts even. Yeah. Right, I don't know why I'm doing it now. I need to reload. I should probably just make another save, but I'm just gonna try to remember to ditch that stuff instead. But I need less shit to cycle through. I'm spending too long looking at my bar. I ran into the exact same problem with Millennia, of course, but oops, I need that though. I'll keep those on there just in case, but maybe we just move this so that it's the basic, so it's easy to switch to. I guess that's fine, and then you should move the poison to here so you can immediately switch to that, and then the rest is probably just gonna have to be where it is. Alright. You know what, now let me save it. I don't want to have to figure all that shit out again. Okay. Save imported. But yeah, like we had one really good attempt there. I just need to not get caught out by certain shit. Obviously. But like I genuinely understand this fight a lot better than I maybe once did. It's just some shit's still not super consistent with this fight, so that does make it a little bit annoying. But
My loyal blade.
My loyal bay. What? I don't know how the fuck any of that happened. Some bullshit. Roll, please. Somehow still getting hit by that despite going in the correct direction. Okay, that's not the correct direction for that, I can tell you that much. Man, I gotta do that better. Come on. Roll, oh, for fuck's sake, game, come on. Getting these eaten inputs again. I hate just getting like to a good point and then just losing it because of a fucking eaten input. It's just the shit tilts me so fucking fast. Because all I'm asking is for the game to just work properly. Nothing more. Just that. I don't even care that the fight is designed to be about as unfair as possible. Like, just at least work. Do that much for me, game. Can finally do the standing desk without a worry about my cables being ripped out. Hey, nice. That's great. I have an electric adjustable standing desk myself, and I don't put it into stand mode as much as I should, but I do have like everything set up in such a way that I can set it to the standing position without having to worry about like the cables getting yoinked out or something. Good luck hitting me from over there, idiot. Okay, I got stuck on his body somehow. It's okay, where'd my roll go? It's really hard to tell when he's poisoned because I don't have a lot of time to really look. There we go. I was waiting for the rod to do its work there. For a second there, I thought he was going to not do what I was waiting for. Okay, another eaten roll. That roll just somehow didn't work for some reason. Okay, game. There was an extra input there. No, again, buffered rolls. Come on now. There. Okay, let me roll, please. Oh, what? That was a fucking perfectly fine roll. What was that hitbox? I rolled through it and still got hit by it at the end. What the fuck, man? That's such bullshit. We were totally fucking fine there. I mean, we were in a bad spot, but like I rolled that shit and I just got hit by the tail end of the hitbox somehow. Like after the roll was done. Robbed as fuck. The thing is, like, we're getting good momentum. We just keep getting robbed at the end, which sucks. But at least it's showing me that, like, you know, I'm doing okay, at least. I just need to have, like, a good attempt where we just don't get robbed by something randomly.
My loyal blade.
That's a little bit bullshit because there was nothing I could do there to escape that. Alright, game, come on. Still not poisoned? I can't, okay, transitioning there again, apparently. I went the wrong way, but okay. Can't, oh. I couldn't see exactly what it was dealing until it was too late. What? Okay, that was a little bit weird. Right? Super fucking scuffed, but... let me roll. God damn, the fucking stagger is crazy. Again, with the fucking buffered shit. I might be just dead here now. I only mean to heal 3 times there, but okay, we're just doing mega combo now. So I'm just dead. Was my last heal. I got mega fucking screwed by shit there. Let me roll. Okay, he's already poisoned. Man, they patched this shit out, by the way, which sucks. I'm gonna get hit, aren't I? I wish I could heal. Why is that hitting me, dude? That is a perfectly fine roll. What are you talking about? What the fuck, dude? I'm dead? Yep, okay, well. There was literally nothing I could do. The timing of it was bad, and the position was terrible. He was at an end of the arena, which actually makes the hitbox harder to get out of, too, so... Lame shit, dude. Now that I think about it, Mikola calls Radala... Jesus, I cannot fucking talk when I get tilted. Calls him his loyal blade, but if I understand it correctly, Mikola had sent Millennia to kill Radon to get his soul because Radon did not want to fulfill the promise of raising Mikola to godhood. He was only made loyal by Heartsteel fuckery, pretty much. Or at least that's what everyone's assumption is, because there's not really definitive lore, I think, saying that outright. We assume that the reason that Millennia and Radon fought is because he refused to do what Mikola wanted. Did I load the save state? I'm not sure if I did now. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the microphone. Anyway, it's still the assumption, and I think that's likely what the implication is supposed to be. Which means Mikola is not really much better than, you know, Marika. Like, he is willing to use people for what he deems to be the greater good. And yes, he does want to
My loyal blade.
break the, you know, cycle and everything, but okay. Why is that roll not working, dude? Okay, fuck you. That did not hit me. Come on now. Okay, it's so hard to tell if he's poisoned in these fights sometimes. Figured that was coming. I'd like to heal before you transition. Should be coming soon-ish. Yep. Okay, not how that should have gone, but sure. Oh, what are you talking about, game? I don't know what the fuck am I supposed to do about this now? That's fucking terrible positioning for all of that. I'm just fucked now. Healed a little late there, but thankfully we didn't get punished. Why sometimes does that just not work? I don't understand. Like, I'm hitting roll at the proper time, but it just sometimes doesn't roll that follow-up hit. Maybe it would just be easier if I rolled in a different direction, but like sometimes it just isn't fucking working. And sometimes it does, and I just have to wonder if it's just terrain inconsistency bullshit. Oh shit. Okay, good. Well, I'm just gonna eat this because we're too close and it's fucking killing my frame rate, but alright, I think he's poisoned, I hope. Shit. Hello? Can I get the moves, please? The things that I'm inputting. Lock-on really fucks you in that part too, because like you just can't stop fucking looking at him even though he's not even on screen anymore. I rolled that. Fuck you, game. What? Oh, fuck off. Dude, these fucking... I am getting robbed so much. Like, we keep getting him within, like, easy victory, and then I just get robbed by something stupid. Like, that should not have hit me. I'm getting severe inconsistency all of a sudden with these fucking rolls. Why? Just work properly, please. That's all I'm asking for. Like, do not make me switch fucking timing to something random just to roll. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. The thing that doesn't fucking make any sense about this is, like, how FromSoft even considers this shit finished. Like, it's still so inconsistent with the dodges. Like, you can dodge in exactly the right timing and still fuck up. Because the terrain, despite being fucking flat as hell, just fucks off half the time and just causes your fucking shit to sometimes hit you and sometimes not.
My loyal
Despite the
blade.
fact that you're rolling in exactly the same timing every fucking time. It's so dumb. Yep. See, like right there, rolled just fine, but sometimes it just doesn't for no reason. Okay, he is poisoned. See? I want an explanation as to why sometimes that shit works. I'm not changing my timing. I can only assume it's a positioning thing, but it's just so inconsistent. With like how often that shit hits you when it just shouldn't. So have you go ahead and switch there, thank you. At least if you like start with like rot pots right off the start. Okay, literally as I was saying it, he did exactly the shit that I was saying he wasn't gonna do. Alright, might as well. That sucks. The one time I open my fucking mouth and I'm just like, well, normally it seems like if I start with rot pots, he more consistently starts with the nuke, so I'm usually safe there. But then as soon as I fucking try to say that, he does something fucking different. God, if they could at least just make sure the final boss works before they ship the game, that'd be nice. Not to mention the fact they've had multiple chances to fix this fucker and they still haven't. The only thing they fucking gave a shit about was fixing the one thing that you used to be able to exploit in this fight. There's still other things you can technically cheese this boss with. That they haven't fixed, which I'm not going to do. Especially because they require setups that number one, aren't really part of this challenge, but number two, just are kind of lame for the sake of the challenge. But like, you know, the only thing they cared about fixing was the fact that people could spam jump to avoid his meteor towards the end of his fight, you know, when he does his like meteor transition thing. Not this thing, but when he does like the light speed meteor dive thing with the big explosion. Why did I heal? I didn't mean to do that. I rolled that. Okay. Sure game. Off to a bad start. We wasted a heal and then just used up several that we didn't want to use. Is he still not poisoned? It's taking forever to poison you for some reason. I think he is now. Great, I'm stuck in the one corner of the entire room. Now I can't see. Yeah, all they gave a shit about was fixing that stupid exploit, which doesn't really even make the fight that much easier. Just makes that one attack less stupid if you can just exploit your way out of it. But then, you know, did I skip this cutscene before or did we watch it? I don't know. I feel like I might have skipped it accidentally and just thought that we watched it. Maybe we did. I don't remember anymore, but I'll let it play. But yeah, like, so much of this fight is inconsistent.
Lord brother.
Like, I'm sure people have managed to do it hitless at this point, but I'm just wondering what the strats even require, because it just seems like when you even get up into you know, staying glued to his left fucking leg. Some shit just doesn't seem to work right. And you just have to get fucking lucky.
Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you
I doubt
have
they'll ever
known
finish it
skill,
because that would, admitting that they
if you
never
only
finished,
for
or
this
that it wasn't
world,
finished. I think, you know, they can do it stealthily. I
the
just wish they
path
would,
forward
is the
to
thing. Like, they don't
us.
have to announce that they're fixing Radon. They could just make his shit work better. So to the very least, like, his attacks work more consistently. Phase 2, he should always
And
start
my
with the
promised
nuke. There's no reason
consort,
why he shouldn't do
Radon.
that. It's genuinely stupid that they worked it so that he doesn't start with the nuke. Keep dodging that the wrong way. I rolled. Why are you being inconsistent, game? Oh, come on. That hit me like mid-dodge roll. It's fucking bullshit. Why is he spamming this attack? Well, we're just gonna have to eat that. Why did that hit me still? Come on, dude. Oh, that too? Okay. Oh, great. Buffered roll. Great. Alright, thankfully it didn't punish me for it. Not that I was... Who should be punished when the game does it itself? He is really spamming that attack, and I don't know why. Like, he's using it so often. We got 3 heals left. This is not going to be amazing. So we're out of... I don't even know if we're going to get poisoned off on him, honestly. Okay, he is poisoned. I'd love to get rot again, if possible. I just need to find a time to do it, is the thing. Come on, dude. You gotta dodge when I put in the inputs for these. Hello? That is the direction you dodge that attack. What the fuck, man? That hitbox is entirely on his right side, so if I dodge to his left, I should be safe. Why did that not work? Inconsistencies fucking abound, man. If I was closer, I would have just walked around him because you literally can, but when you're at that distance, you just kind of get screwed, I guess. Fuck's sake, man. I'm trying my best to just not get tilted because we keep getting so fucking close, but that's the problem is I keep getting fucking close and then some dumb shit happens and then I just don't succeed because of the dumb shit. I'm just waiting for the game to actually give me a fucking fair shake and just be consistent, please. Like, I don't think I'm asking for much. Like, just work properly. That's all.
My loyal bled.
think maybe he's poisoned. It's genuinely hard to tell sometimes. What? What was that hit? Got like fucking nipped by a goddamn pixel of his blade. Okay, again with this fucking shit? Come on with the fucking craziness. Now comes the nuke, so I have to waste my heals. Just one little extra slap there in the face. Come on, dude. That should be getting dodged. What? Just any of these things want to dodge, please. Okay, thanks for the buffered roll. What? Okay, what is happening, man? Like, so many of my rolls are just being fucking ignored or buffered or one thing or another. It's just, it's going fucking insane. Right, I'm against a wall, so I can't see anything. And I'm dead. Dude, I just want the shit to work properly. Are you hearing me, game? Obviously not, but... I'm not asking for anything crazy here. I just want the shit to work consistently. That's all. God. It's enough of a challenge run already. I don't need buggy ass shit to be fucking it up every time. Because again, the whole fucking problem is like every time I'm getting like some fucking stupid thing occurring and it completely causes me to die as a result. Like, if it's my fuck up, that's fine, but like, at least let it be my fuck up and not the fucking game just robbing me of victory every time, or at least a good chance at victory. I'm not assuming I was gonna win every time, but like, I'd at least like for the stupid shit to stop happening. Keeps kind of being at a weird angle. That one's on me. I fucked up the timing. I really wanted to heal. I was trying to wait for a good moment. What? How'd I get hit there? Again, inconsistencies every fucking time. This stupid combo. I have nowhere to go. This is bullshit. Let me dodge it at least. Come on. The fucking true combo stagger it's enough without all that fucking garbage on top, man. Well, again, it's okay. That's not the direction I was trying to roll, but I'm just gonna get hit here. I don't think I'm gonna get out in time. Nope. Let me heal. Stop with the fucking extra beams. Oh, he is poisoned. Okay, good. And now he's not rotted anymore, which is just fantastic. Maybe we can somehow get a rot off here. I don't think this is worth it. It just, he moves too fucking fast. I can't even see right now. Of course I still got hit. How did that hit me? My run was super lagged there. If I get hit by this, okay, thank fuck. Oh, fuck off with the stupid beams, dude. I rolled. Why is that hitting me there? I'm probably screwed here because I can't, like, heal, and of course I got hit anyway, so it doesn't matter. No, the fucking buffered roll that goes backwards, dude. Couldn't do anything there. Come on. Oh, come on, game. Oh, fuck, I'm out of heals. No, the buffered roll! Fuck's sake. As soon as it came out of the fucking heal animation, he just rolled out of nowhere. Oh, fucking, can you just roll when I input it, dude? God damn it. We got robbed so much in the end of that. Like, I was struggling to make it work, but just every time he's doing the worst moves at the wrong end of the arena, then he just fucking does shit that ignores my fucking inputs as always. Fuck, why are the input issues so bad in this game? I really need to take a break from Elden Ring when this is done, because I'm so fucking... I've had it with these fucking input issues, man. And I feel like a lot of it just comes down to fucking poor optimization. Like, the base game is generally fine. I still get input issues a lot, but like, it's usually at least kind of manageable. But in the DLC, we're back to like fucking release times of the base game when everything was fucking laggy as shit and stuff. It's like that all over again. And it just constantly, like, I just get hit by shit that I shouldn't because the game's running slower than it should be.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival.
Yeah, and if it wasn't bad enough, Dodo, like, it
it
doesn't roll when I want it to, and then I get buffered rolls exactly when I need it to not happen. As if one issue wasn't bad enough. Kind of dispute that a little bit, but he is poisoned at least. I want to heal, but maybe it's a little early yet. least we got that RNG for once. It was slow because I wasn't able to do it right away. Come on. What? Hello, I'm strafing. That's a strafable move. Let's do it properly now. Stop with the inconsistencies, please. Fucking terrain bullshit. Okay. I hate when that happens, dude. I get randomly clipped on the side by that fucking beam and I can't avoid the follow-up, the huge blast that comes in from it. Just heal, come on. The fucking lag makes it come out so much slower. Stop with the beams. I hope he's poisoned. I fucked that up real bad, but thankfully I don't think, no, he is poisoned, he's just not rotted now. Not where that was supposed to go at all. How did that hit me? Whoa, what the fuck just happened there? I had like a random, like, I don't know what just occurred, but something weird happened. My dude like stopped kind of like running mid-run. Okay, random clone went somewhere that it wasn't supposed to there. Rolled that. Fuck you. God, I got so fucking greedy at the end there. I almost lost due to that greed, but I was like, he's just a couple of hits away. Whew. Man, that got intense. My heart is pumping. Specifically right at the end there. I was pretty chill up until that part, but like, yeah, this was the last boss. Whew. Sorry, boys. I would have liked to have you attend the fight, although, quite frankly, because you have to summon them before it, these guys are not great to bring into this fight because they make him that much harder. One of these days, I'd like to bring them in just for the hell of it. You know, if I can ever, like, keep them alive long enough to, like, have them, like, be in the storied final battle so much, you know, so to speak. Yo, Gladiator, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. I think my roommate's back. Hang on a second. All right, there we go. At least my roommate had pretty good timing for once, since she didn't come in the middle of the boss fight, especially that last one, because it was super scuffed. I should not have greeted him out the way that I did, but it worked out. Like, I gambled pretty heavily there. But I was just like, I started spamming thinking he might go down in like 4 hits, and then he hit me, so I was just like, oh shit, this is maybe not gonna work. Thanks, Azaria. And then, but, you know, he didn't go into like a super big combo again immediately, so I was just like, okay, I can get him down in 2 hits if I'm just like quick about it. So yeah, that was rough to say the least, but yeah, there we go. That's job done, run done. I don't know why I'm bothering to switch talismans back, but just for the hell of it I will, I guess. Just back to the OG setup in case we ever somehow do something else with this character, which I probably won't because there's not much reason to. Unless I decide to take him on a New Game Plus just to play casually or something, but I can tell you right now that at the very least, something like New Game Plus consumables only is probably not going to happen. Because, well, it would just be exceedingly difficult to do. What do I normally have here? Crystal darts. Those are in the right places. And typically I put poison there. Bone darts if we were using them, but I've kind of kept those off the board for a while. Round rocks can go back on if we want, and then the hefty rot pots go there, and we just take those ones off. Okay, so we still did use save files, and honestly we used them like before the end fight instead of how I did originally, but I used save files on my last one for the base game too, so I'm sure that there are people out there who have maybe done this sort of thing without save files, but quite frankly, all having save files really gets you is just preventing you from having to farm in between. So if you get stuck like I did, not only here but like on Romina, it just would suck to have to like stop and go do something else to farm our materials back up. That's the only reason I do the save files. It's not to preserve runes or you know, golden vows or rune arcs or anything like that. Did I even use I guess I used a rune arc for that, yeah. Alright, let's watch this.
Lord brother. I'm going to be a god. If we honor our part of the vow, promise me you'll be my consort.
So yeah, this sheds a little bit more light on the whole thing of him trying to get Radahn to be his consort.
Make the world a gentler place.
And the implication is that this is, you know, something he refused, and that's why Millennia and Radahn fight, although that's not, I don't think that's necessarily confirmed, unless I'm, like, just forgetting something somewhere. What does the Circle of Light tell you, anyway? Not really anything more about that. But yeah, so, I mean, it seems likely that that would have been why, but at the same time, like, it's also stated in the base game, or implied in the base game, that a lot of the demigods are kind of, you know, fighting for each other for territory and, you know, leadership and power and shit like that. So it's hard to say for sure if that's why Millennia fought Radahn, but it seems like the most likely reason, because Millennia doesn't strike most anyone, I think, as someone who specifically would go out of her way from, you know, being by Miquella's side to fight Radahn just for, you know, the means to best him in combat or take over his territory or something like that. Like, it seems unlikely. So more than likely, the assumption fits that Mikola told Radon and Millennia of his plan to usurp the Golden Order, start a new order, basically, which is the same shit basically that Ronnie is doing in her ending. Any of the other Elden Lord endings, you're basically preserving the Golden Order, sort of, but you're changing aspects of it. You're either doing the Golden Order thing, or the current order, I should say, as Elden Lord and just kind of fixing things and perpetuating it, or you're further deepening it to some extent with Gold Mask's ending, or you're corrupting it via the Prince of Death's ending, or Dung Eater's ending, right? But those are all, still kind of keeping the same established order to some degree. They're just either altering it or completely changing it in some way, but it's still the same order. Whereas Lord of Frenzied Flame ending, obviously, you're just completely hitting factory reset on the entire world. You're basically destroying everything, including the order. In the vanilla ending, do we get to keep both Radagon and America, or do we kill off the Radagon part for good? I'm not sure either of them are truly really fully alive anymore in the vanilla ending entirely. Like, some part of like their godhood remains, I guess, but you see the state that Marika is in at the end of the game, and you can see she's little more than just kind of a broken statue. So I think she's mostly an avatar for the greater will, mostly in like almost name only at that point. Like she still probably operates as some sort of like tether to the divine will, or whatever it's called, the greater will. But she's not exactly operating much of anything at that point, I think, and probably wasn't doing much before then either. But yeah, so with Ronnie's ending, you get to usher in a different age, and it's questionable as to whether or not it's considered a good ending, but that's typical FromSoft. Most of the time, they don't go with strictly good or strictly bad endings. It's always like either a perpetuation of the cycle or a breakage of the cycle, but potentially creating a new cycle that's questionable as to whether or not it's really better. And this is the same for Mikola, even though we don't actually usher that in to happen in the first place. Mikola's order might not really be any better. He's doing a lot of the same shit without realizing, or similar, morally speaking, shit that Marika has had to do. And the cool thing about the DLC is that it kind of makes Marika seem a little bit more sympathetic in a way, because you can tell that she kind of wanted to become a god in order to try to fix things, because all kinds of terrible shit was happening, like, to her people. There's this huge war. The problem is that after she became a god, she still tried to kind of fix things, but also did a lot of bad along the way, and probably came to the realization that you can't really please everyone. I think is the long and short of it. As much as that's like a very polite way of putting it, because certainly when lots of people die, as the involvement there, like, that's a very nice way to say it, but the whole way how warrior jars get produced is really horrible. Yeah, so you got like just I guess you would more refer to them as living jars in this land, and that's the original way that they did it, which is horrifying, as a means of them trying to get closer to sainthood and all that kind of stuff. But it's interesting that practice got brought into the lands between because of Marika, as if she was like trying to find a way to spin that whole thing as a positive, like not in a means of just being like, well, this was done to me, so now I want to do it to others or anything like that. But I think somewhere along the way, she discovered that it was potentially somewhat of a necessary thing to do, or at least a useful thing to do since you find all those like big jars around the Erdtrees and stuff, like they act as like fertilizer and stuff for the smaller Erdtrees. Like maybe there's reasons why it's kind of a necessary practice, I think, is what she would have discovered, or at least a useful practice for furthering, her intentions, as bad as it might be. But instead of it just being like, we're going to force, saintly people into jars and mash them up and chop them up and, turn them into like a singular abomination inside of a jar, we will turn the culture around in the lands between and give people the idea that it's a noble thing to do, even though it's already hinted at as being considered noble and saintly in the realm of shadow. It's something that is forced upon people. So it's seen as noble and saintly by like the horn scent folks and whatnot, but like they're still forcing people to do it. They're, you know, so while they see it as like a good practice, like the people that they're enacting it upon obviously don't want it because they don't see it the same way. They're just getting killed and stuffed into jars, basically. Whereas, you know, in the lands between, because of Marika's influence and, you know, bringing that practice further along or whatever, they've flipped the script a little bit to just kind of be like, well, what if we make people think of this as like there's a warrior culture around it now. It's a noble thing to want to be, you know, a part of a living jar, because you're feeding into the Erdtree is one, but if you also become like a living jar, then it's this whole warrior culture that is seen as, like I said, it's just kind of like, it's like a whole, like, it's a different way of looking at it as being sort of noble and saintly compared to the way that they do it in the realm of shadow. So it's kind of the same thing, but she's spun it into a positive, and it's made it kind of into a more voluntary thing as a result, rather than people just kind of being forced into it. So even though it's still kind of a horrifying thing when you realize what the origin of it is, and even having realized what it is in the base game, like just from the info we had then, just knowing that there's like dead people inside the jars that make up the jar's innards, you know, you still can look at it in a very different light as soon as you get to the DLC and you go like, oh, this is the origin of it, and it was way less cool and nice, you know? So even though this means that in the lands between they're still being used and lied to, technically, at least, you know, the people who are going into it are doing so willingly. I mean, they're not being lied to in the sense that, you know, it's not still helping the Erdtree or whatever, but yeah, it's, I think if they knew the whole truth, they probably wouldn't necessarily just want to necessarily opt into something like that. But yeah, there's that, there's all the shit with the Godskin folks and the Glowmide Queen and all that, and that's stuff they could still explore more if they ever do end up doing another DLC. I don't think that they necessarily will, but at least I don't think FromSoft will voluntarily choose to do another DLC for Elden Ring or make an Elden Ring 2. Frankly, I kind of hope they don't make an Elden Ring 2 because, well, number one, you've already heard my opinions on Elden Ring today enough to know that as much as I'm still a fan of Elden Ring and all of the Souls games, you know, I'm a little tired of the direction that they keep going in with combat, because as cool as it can be, it's also very frustrating when shit just doesn't work to the extent that it doesn't work. And even if shit was working properly, it's so annoying when, you know, every single fucking boss fight is just like delayed attack, infinite fucking chaining combo into infinite fucking chaining combo, and when is it my turn to fucking attack? You know, it forces you into using super fucking OP or tanky builds, or playing with lighter builds, but this is where you're demanded to have like the utmost of skill, which is fine to say, like, you know, I want to play with lots of challenge and skill, but it limits what you know, things you can really use without making the game like much harder on yourself, even when it's working properly. Now, of course, my biggest issue with the game really extends to just the shit that just doesn't work the way it's supposed to, because I am in no way frustrated by Elden Ring when it's working properly. I mean, I shouldn't say I'm no way frustrated. Like, I do get annoyed by, like I said, the delayed attacks and shit like that when I just fuck up the dodge for them, but at least in those, I'm just kind of like, okay, well, that's kind of a dickish thing to do, but at least I know that I fucked up the dodge, so I'm less bothered by the fact that it just caught me out, and eventually I'll learn how to dodge it properly, because that's fine. I'm fine with it just learning how to dodge it properly, though I do still think that it would be nice if more fights you could potentially do first try just by already being kind of skilled at the game, instead of them just like further doubling down with every single release on just like, we have to find a way to make it super hard for veterans, or they're going to find it to be too easy or whatever. It's like, well, there's different ways of doing that without specifically just putting in like crazy hitboxes and crazy combos and super delayed attacks and all that kind of shit. Like, there's different ways to go about it to make the game fun, engaging, and even challenging to veteran players that does not require, you know, you just making the combat as like obnoxious as possible. people still go back and enjoy the hell out of Dark Souls 1, and the main reason why people don't play Dark Souls 1 that much these days, aside from the fact that it's just not the new hotness, is that it's clunky comparatively. But if you were to make that game now, I mean, yeah, especially if it was a remake, obviously people aren't going to be like super hyped about it as a remake, but it would still be a game people would enjoy, you know. If the combat was the way it was and you could more intuitively do combat in that game, you would still just be like, oh, this game's fun as hell, you know. Like, it doesn't need to be crazy. And you can see that with games that have a better balance, even in FromSoft's own repertoire, like Sekiro, like we were talking about earlier, or outside of FromSoft with fucking Shift Up doing Stellar Blade. Like, Stellar Blade is fucking great. The combat in that is, like, I'm not always great at it, but I don't usually get super frustrated by the times that I fuck it up. Because at least usually I know that the fuck up is on my end and not the game just being designed obnoxiously and with tons of flaws in it. But yes, I would like to see them do something new as well, Dodo. Like, just whatever they're working on next, I hope that they do something a little different. I'm fine with it being still like some sort of action RPG or something, but just go with a different type of combat, maybe. Just to do something different. It's been rumored that they were working on, I don't know if the rumors are in any way true, but that they were working on some sort of like spell focused game. It would be kind of cool for them to flip the script and make a game that's a little bit more magic focused and less typical melee combat focused. Now, obviously, Elden Ring, already you can make caster builds work really well, right? But the game is still primarily balanced around melee combat. It'd be kind of cool to go in the other direction where melee combat is like something you can do, but it's like a last resort. Like, you don't want to run out of spell usage or anything like that, or else you're going to have to use your fists or whatever weaponry you have, but you're considerably weaker using that stuff, or it's considerably more dangerous. You know, I'd be cool with them doing some sort of weird spell combat thing. Not quite on the realm of some sort of like Hogwarts style game. I mean, I've never played the Hogwarts Legacy or any of the Harry Potter games for that matter, but just something that's more oriented towards something a little different, instead of just kind of like getting up in the face of your enemy and always dodging and blah, blah, blah. I kind of want to see them approach different types of combat. But at the same time, I don't know what to recommend, because there's plenty of other shit that I'm less interested in that I don't know if I would enjoy it as much if they were to do it. It just depends. And obviously it's hard to... You can't expect that just because FromSoft is good that they're always going to be able to find that same lightning in a bottle that they had with like Demon Souls and Dark Souls. Because obviously that lightning has pretty much fizzled out, as you can kind of see by the time you get to Elden Ring. Like, sure, Elden Ring is still great. I still enjoy it, but the novelty of like what made those original games so special has kind of worn off. And it's really hard to just assume or say at all that just because they're FromSoft or anything, that like if they make a new game, they're suddenly going to be able to make something that's just as captivating and engaging and everything, you know. But we'll see. Graphics nowadays are opinion based. There's so much different graphic styles and so fucking cool. The S1 these days with more modern controls design would still sell big time. Yeah, I'm not even referring to the graphics specifically. I mean, yes, there are people who definitely like go weird. They get a little weird about the graphics of a lot of games. Like, a lot of people still will say like Elden Ring looks bad compared to these other games. Like, what are you comparing it to, man? Like, this game in no way looks bad. It's fucking pretty as hell, for one. And the graphics are not like shitty looking or, you know, not smooth or anything. Are they the ridiculously high graphical fidelity of like some super AAA game that's like all about cinematics and shit, like The Last of Us 2 or something? No, but who cares? I don't want that shit. That would just make the game run worse. And I don't need it to look that way. This is a fucking fantasy action RPG. I don't need the graphics to be like picturesque, you know? I just want the game to look cool, you know, while I'm fucking doing cool shit. That's it. Which is why people can get down with shit like pixel art games and still think that they look fucking pretty as hell, you know? But there's people who do fucking make that argument about like graphics being like super important, and I definitely have never been one of those people. It's all about gameplay above all for me initially. Because I can ignore things like characters, setting, writing, graphics, etc., if the gameplay is just phenomenally good. So that is the biggest factor for me. Story and setting and characters and writing are all a big factor for me, but it's kind of a mixed bag. Like, definitely a game with really good gameplay that has terrible writing that just makes me cringe every 5 seconds might make me kind of not like the game enough, even if the gameplay is really good. But if I can kind of tune it out, I might not care, you know? It just depends on how forced on me it is. But yeah, that doesn't mean that I don't still appreciate like a good story. Like, one thing that's definitely a bit of a detractor from Stellar Blade is that the story is not great. It's very like bare minimum effort storyline wise. Like, it's not like a terrible story or anything, but I just mean it's clear they said themselves they spent like 80% of their effort on like getting the combat right, and maybe 20%, or of the 20% that was other things, some percentage of that was their focus on story, meaning 20 or less than 20% was their focus on story, and it shows because Stellar Blade's storyline is kind of completely, it's whatever. Like, it's not important. It doesn't really, it feels very easy to see most of it coming. And even if you check out entirely and don't pay attention at all to the story, it's not going to make a goddamn bit of difference, because who cares? The main thing that you're doing in that game is playing as a you know, attractive booba lady slash booty lady, slicing and dicing aliens and robots in a really fucking cool and effective way, gameplay wise, and that's basically it. But that doesn't mean that it wouldn't be appreciated if the story of, you know, of Stellar Blade was better. It would be cool if it was a cooler story. So I hope that whatever Shift Up does next, whether they make a sequel to Stellar Blade or a different sort of game or whatever, I hope that they put just at least a little bit more effort into story, because it would be nice. You know, everything else fucking phenomenally good about that game. I just think that it would be cool if, like, there were some story beats that I didn't, like, immediately see coming, or otherwise wasn't just kind of, like, rolling my eyes at because it's, like, very cliched or just whatever, you know. Anywho. But yeah. I don't know what Elden Ring will do next. I'm sure they have something coming up for, like, next year, or either late next year or early 2026, if not next year. I doubt they'll do anything else big this year unless it's some sort of, like, small DLC release, but I frankly think that they won't do that because they've been so tied up with this shit. And this came out, you know, they had already done, like, Armored Core 6 and stuff after this. Are You Late? I am going to be ending shortly, but it's all good. No worries. It's good to see you there, Red. Howdy. Because, yeah, we're just now coming up on 5 hours, and I have actually completed the challenge, but feel free to go back in the VOD if you're curious about how that went. I did rant and rave a fair bit, just fair warning again. I would love to get to Radahn once and just feel chill the whole time. I just would like it if he could actually be a consistent fight. Like, I didn't get stuck on him for, like, fucking 5 hours or anything like I did in my first streamed playthrough. So I still had an easier time here, but I was just having a hard time consistently dodging any of his shit because, well, that's just fucking Radahn for you. Half of his shit doesn't work, and half the time Elden Ring just ignores your own dodge inputs and stuff, so it is what it is. I would like to have, you know, maybe a system, a PC, PlayStation, or whatever, a brand new controller, whatever is necessary, but, you know, something where I could somehow mitigate those input issues, because I feel like it happens to me more than the average player. And I don't know if it's just my own fault for playing the way that I do, like if I'm just inputting things too fast. Because my fingies, they move around the controller very quickly, okay? But I can't imagine that that's not the case for a lot of other players, so I don't know why some other players don't run into input issues as much, unless, like, the thing I can understand about, like, maybe with someone like Gino Machino who does hitless stuff regularly for these games, I think the reason why Gino doesn't run into that kind of stuff, aside from potentially just having a really good system and everything, is that his button presses are extremely deliberate. So I doubt that most of the time he's, like, ever spamming or pressing things, like, multiple times the way I typically do. Because even if I'm trying to like time out a roll, half the time I'll press the button a couple of times instead of just once, just to make sure that I'm pressing it. You know, so I have a tendency to like hit buttons like very frequently and maybe more often than I should, and I think that does contribute to the input issues, but I don't know, man. And I would love to just blame it on my controller, but like I said, this happens far more in Elden Ring than in like any other game that I play. It isn't to say that I don't have any input issues in any game, but usually I can chalk that up to just like if it's a game that has known input issues, or maybe my PC or controller are contributing in some fashion, but typically it's not usually too much of a problem. Anyway. Well, I guess that pretty much wraps it up for consumables only. Like, the furnace golems still exist, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, man. The challenge is all bosses. As much as I would kind of like to just say that I've done everything, I guess we can leave it as an option to come back to, although I probably won't, because it doesn't seem like much of a reason to. But we've killed one of the furnace golems. There's one or two more we could kill. Yeah, two more we could technically kill with pots. But then there's like 5 I would need to kill like the old-fashioned way, which potentially I can do, but it just seems like kind of a nuisance, really, more than anything fun. And again, it's not technically part of the challenge in terms of them, you know, being a required target because they're not a boss, so I think I'm just going to leave them alone. If I feel like casually playing Elden Ring in the middle of something, some stream or whatever, maybe we can revisit it just to kill them or something, but otherwise I don't really see a point. So I think we will just leave off on that instead. Started playing X-Men Origins Wolverine. Surprisingly fun and gory. Yeah. I have heard as much that the game is more on the gory side. I'm still curious what Insomniac will do with the Wolverine game they were working on. I hope it'll at least be decent. No clue. I still have yet to play like the most recent Spider-Man game, but honestly, I was super late to the party with the previous Spider-Man. Well, not previous, the first one of the recent string of like Sony Spider-Man games from Insomniac. And I did not play Miles Morales. I watched Charlie play it, and then I was just like, well, it seems kind of short, so maybe I'll play it at some point in the future, but I'm not going to make it a priority. It still looked fun. I just never really got around to it. And then the sequel that more recently came out, yeah, I don't know if I would want to play Miles Morales first and then do that, or just pick it up at some point. But as with the first Spider-Man, like I said, I didn't play it until after like at least a year or more that it had already been out, and I enjoyed my time with it. But at the same time, like, as much as I like Spider-Man games, I'm just kind of like, I don't know if I'm feeling it right now, so. But we'll see. But yeah, I might stream tomorrow. Like I said, we did finish this, so I don't really have a specific reason to like come back and stream this. So whatever we do, if I do stream, will just need to be something kind of on the casual side. I considered maybe jumping back into Subnautica. I do want to continue Subnautica. I'm considering restarting Subnautica just because I only did like one stream of it before, and it was when I was like right in the midst of having terrible internet issues, so we just kind of like didn't really get very far. And I've had all kinds of other shit come up since then, like for months, so I just have not really had the chance to revisit it. So my thinking is, rather than pick up where we left off, we might just restart it, and so we can still do a playthrough of it at some point, assuming people actually want to watch Subnautica, because I don't know, it seems kind of hit or miss. But either way, I will find some other games to play here on stream, and this is not necessarily the last Elden Ring that we'll do or anything. We've still got... I will likely do some other challenge runs, or at least themed runs for fun with the DLC, with DLC stuff, because I really want to do like some base game shit with DLC weapons and spells and stuff, just for fun. But I recognize that challenge runs sometimes tend to be a little bit more entertaining, so I'll have to think about it. I don't know that I'll bring my shield only no dodging thing into the DLC, because obviously It's a bit rough. Do hope it gets an 18 rating. Yeah, that would make sense and hopefully be what they go for. So yeah, I might stream tomorrow. I might not. We'll just have to kind of see how it goes. I may just take the day off because I'm going to be leaving on Saturday and I might need the time to pack anyway. But if I do get the chance and I find something worth streaming for at least a few hours or whatever, then I may. So I guess just keep an eye out in case I do stream. But otherwise, if I do not, then I hope you all have a great weekend. And, well, really the next 12, 13 days, whatever it is, total, including this weekend, and tomorrow, just because I'm going to be leaving on my trip on Saturday, and I won't be back until the 25th, or that's the day I'm coming back, so I'll be out for like 10 days. So yeah, we'll be gone for a little bit. I will probably be around like on Discord here and there. Still kind of, and might be able to watch the occasional stream of folks, but I won't really be able to stream while I'm on vacation. Well, on the trip. Easier to call it that, but anyway. So yeah, that'll be it for today. Like I said, possibly one tomorrow. We'll see, but if not, I hope that y'all take good care of yourselves while I'm gone. Like I said, I might see you around here and there, but otherwise, I will see you when I get back. And we'll probably have a bunch of like co-op-y things that will probably be starting around then, but I will also find some other solo games to play as well. And, we'll do some more Elden Ring of something in the future, but probably not super soon. Anyways, y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very much as always. Sorry for any amount of tiltiness that I had. Obviously, Radon is just frustrating. Romina was weirdly frustrating. I don't know why I struggled with her so much beyond the obvious reasons, but I was not expecting to get stuck on her and or frustrated by her, to be honest, but it is what it is. At least we got here. I'm glad that we finished the challenge. It's nice to put a pin in, or like to finally say that Shuriken Shan has defeated all of Elden Ring, so it is what it is. But anyway, yeah. Everybody take care of yourselves. I will, like I said, yeah, see you on the next one, whenever that may be, tomorrow or after I get back. But in the meantime, take care. Have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye.